clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish them off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, my name is DK. With me is Tech Goal, or aka Sam, as we will be referring to henceforth. And of course, it is the second day of the final Super Weekend. Now, Sam, a super exciting day lies ahead of us here.
Exciting. I think we should call me Pixel Girl for today. Obviously, we've had an issue in South Africa with the ISPs going down, so my camera feed is not great. It hosts itself up during the course of the broadcast. But yes, lots of excitement. You don't need to see my face, so long as you can hear my voice, right? I'm very stoked to see what happens today, because today is really the hard work day for these teams. Obviously, the top 16 making it through to the finals based on the points that they get during Super Weekend, and this is the final opportunity that they have to just get all the points, and that's what.
Yeah, so expecting a lot of grinding to be put on that battlefield. But of course, before we go too far, I want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy, yeah, there we go, drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, we got to get all these gremlins sorted out. You experiencing some gremlins coming through on the camera side, me failing English horribly today, but either way, we'll push through and hopefully it all improves as we make our way along the way. But yeah, I mean, yesterday, a really exciting day with two teams coming in with back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. And then, of course, we saw an absolutely insane performance coming through from the side of Team Umbra in that final match, picking up 20 eliminations. And, it has just been such an insane day on that first day. And I don't even want to think where the second day is going to be going.
I actually rewatched the broadcast just to refresh my mind this afternoon, and I don't feel like I gave Team Umbra enough credit for how much they popped off at the end there. They had a phenomenal play. Like you said, those 20 eliminations, just an incredible performance from them. And all of a sudden, I was feeling a little bit sad too that they haven't got themselves a chicken dinner during a Super Weekend. I think that this is something that was possibly deserved at that point, just from the amounts of eliminations. So really impressive from them, and I'm going to be rooting for that type of performance again today. Of course, though, on the other side, we had two teams getting their double chicken dinners, and those two teams, G3 Temper and Lusail Esports, they're both going to be wanting to add to the tally as well. So lots of very competitive play coming in, but the real story lies at the bottom of that scoreboard, right, DK?
Yeah, indeed it does. I mean, we did see the players from SWAT 69 and of course Mad Knight putting in effort yesterday to try and rake in as many points as they possibly could find. But it showed to be a little bit of a challenge, at least based on what we had happening just yesterday. But hopefully things are looking a little bit better coming into the second day. And I'm looking to see those strategies really starting to play out now as the teams are having yet another opportunity to try and implement a few plays along the way. But also, speaking of which, we have our format coming in, just to remind the viewers that are tuning in for the first time also who our teams are. So we've got formats right there. As we can see, we've already concluded the entirety of league play, all 3 weeks of that. We are currently over in our Super Weekend. The top 16 teams coming in from the last week of league play, making their way into here. Of course, they are going to be playing it out across the 5 matches today. And, well, today is that middle point, right? The second day of the 3 days. And as you said, this is going to be the hard work day, because they need to try and kind of rectify what was potentially missing yesterday.
The biggest thing about today, right, is you never want to be in a situation where you're trying to catch up on the last day. And if we take a look at the points, it's all going to come down to your placements, your eliminations. But what you don't want to do is be in a situation tomorrow, which is the final day of the final Super Weekend before the finals, where you're going, okay, we've only got games and we have to make up X amount of points. What you want to do is make those points up today. So every single team that's coming in is going to be focusing on how do we play today to optimize it, to get ourselves in a situation comfortable tomorrow where we know we've done enough to qualify in the game that we play. For those teams at the bottom, it's also really important today to get as many people, because then they'll have understanding of what they need to do tomorrow to make sure that they qualify. And I would argue that if they want to qualify, they are going to have to get above 100. And I would say if you want to get more than 60 points, if you want to find yourself in the 16 teams that move through to finals.
Yeah, at least at the end of the day. And that is going to be the kind of goal or the target for these teams. And we know the reason why they're grinding so hard is to try and be one of those top 16 teams that make it through into the finals. We know there were some monetary rewards coming through for the teams participating in league play, and on Super Weekend, each of those chickens being worth an additional $500. But in the finals, that's where we can see what the positioning is worth for these teams. And that, of course, will be added on top of what they've been able to accumulate so far. So there's going to be a lot of pressure for these teams trying to get themselves into that top 16. So I agree with you. The fight for those lower ends on the leaderboard is still going to be a major concern coming in today and, of course, in tomorrow as well.
Let's take a look at those teams specifically that are going to be fighting it out to try and qualify. Of course, YONKOUS Esports and Masters Esports not competing in the Super Weekend, but still sitting in that top 16. The teams that want to try get in there, SWAT 69 and Mad Knight, those are teams that are going to be fighting extremely hard to try and push themselves up. INTRUDER Africa as well, because ultimately they know those three teams behind be fighting for the points. So I would argue those four teams, INTRUDER Esports, SWAT 69 and Mad Knights, are coming in today very aggressive in the hope that they potentially themselves a spot. And like I said, more than 100 points, but to be on more than 165, that they do just that.
Yeah, and of course, another team that we were also looking to see what they would be bringing in was also Virtual Gaming, because they've been performing so well coming through in those league plays, and they've also been able to accumulate quite a substantial amount of points going through just yesterday's matches. And I mean, I'm quite eager for these engagements here today, because we know there's a lot on the table for teams to look and try and improve. Virtual Gaming, of course, starting off yesterday down in towards those lower positions, sitting below the players from Master Esports and YONKOUS as well. And they've actually been able to push themselves up ahead of them. So there is still an opportunity for, as you said, those four teams sitting on the lower end to still bring in quite a few points, to look into try and close that gap. And whatever they can't accomplish today will be on the table tomorrow. But ideally, coming into tomorrow, you want to stress as little as possible about bringing in those final few required points.
You have, let me do my maths real quick. You have 10 maps, and that's 10 matches to get the points that you need. Every single game you play, lets you to put the points. Take a look at those overall rankings now, so you can see those top teams, really impressive performances from them. I'm curious to see if anyone can catch Cryptics. They just consistent, and that's what it comes down to, right? Being consistent in this format. Cryptics is just bounds ahead of everyone, but Team Mitz and G3 Temper doing a good job. Lusail trying to catch up now as well, and of course Team Umbra, the team we've been talking about, sitting there in fifth. And look at that, if you take a look at the top 8, the only team without a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's still something I want to see, right? Because we know also yesterday Team Umbra was sitting all the way towards more that 9th position. So we can see the amount of work that they brought in, and just how phenomenally that final match, those 20 eliminations alongside the placement points they were able to find, what a great thing that did for them with regards to their positioning coming in on the leaderboard. But yes, they are the only team currently sitting up in towards the top 10, not having a winner chicken dinner just yet. And hopefully today will be that day, right? 10 more games, 5 today, 5 tomorrow. At least one of those, I want to see a Umbra chicken, right? That is what I want. If I get more than one, fantastic, but I want at least a minimum of one winner chicken dinner. And as we look onto that second page, we can see it is still very much a close call, right? It is still very much neck in neck engagement. The INTRUDER just being on the heels there of YONKOUS. One good match from INTRUDER could see them now joining the players from Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming just up ahead of them.
For sure. And I think that's where we need the bottom area there is really where you need to be keeping an eye, because those are the teams that are going to be doing the they possibly can to try and potentially make it through into the top 60.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. So let's have a look at that final page, the last one, to get an idea of what the point situation is coming into today. As we know, it is going to be the players from Triple Esports, SWAT 69, as well as Mad Knight sitting on the final page. So there's a lot of work that needs to be put in, and the amount of work that needs to be put in, at least for Triple, is not going to be all that much, right? They're only 25 points behind where Intruder Africa currently lies. So that should be a gap that they would be able to close today in one phenomenal performance or a really consistent performance throughout the entirety of these 5 matches we have laying ahead of them. But SWAT 69, Mad Knight, they need to get down. They need to just grind their butts off to try and make up the necessary points.
They do. And I worry about Mad Knights. I mean, there they are with their 21 points. Is that going to be enough? We don't know. They will ultimately have to get themselves, I would argue, maybe 3 or 4 winner chicken dinners in the next few days to possibly be able to get out. So I'm going to call it now. I'm going to be a bit harsh. I don't think Mad Knight's going to be able to qualify for the top 16, but I'm still going to be watching them because I want to see what the effort is.
Yeah, I mean, they would need about an average of, let's say, let's call it 7 points per match consistently over, well, 14 points rather. 14 points consistently being acquired over the next 10 remaining games in order for them to catch up to the position in which we see YONKOUS and Master Esports currently sitting in. So, yeah, it's going to be some pretty high demands that they will have to try and live up to. And again, we also, it's difficult to say because based on the performance we saw coming in just yesterday, especially those early game engagements, it turns out to be super, super costly for them. And we did see also looking at the amount of placement points they were able to find yesterday, it only sits on 4. So, I mean, with 4 placement points being acquired across the span of 5 games, it makes it really, really challenging to bring in sufficient amount of points.
For sure, but we'll watch them anyway. I think that the big thing now is figuring out what your game plan is going to be for today. So for me, if I was one of the teams, I would play it much like we've seen Lusail and G3 do. Of course, those 2 chicken dinner winners yesterday. Try to say that 4 times fast. Yeah, it goes for you. They play a very passive game at the start. So they drop, they loot, they stay away. They choose not to take engagements. If for whatever reason they're faced with one that they're forced to do, they do that. But for the most part, what they're doing is choosing to just play really passively till the end. When they know they're within the placement points, then they get aggressive and they can get those eliminations. And I think that that is how most of the teams are going to have to play this. They've got these 5 games. Obviously, Erangel's perfect for that setup. The only time I think that they can possibly get really aggressive early on, in my opinion, is Sanhok. I think that you can jump in there and get really aggressive and get some elimination points early on if you choose to.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the strategy we saw coming through from G3 and Lusail yesterday is also very similar to the kind of approach we saw coming through from Cryptics as well, right? Not necessarily yesterday, but in previous days of gameplay. That is a strategy we see Cryptics applying, also taking those first few phases a lot more calculated, rather looking to prioritize their positioning instead of looking to get into any unnecessary engagement. If the opportunity arises, sure, they'll take it, but they keep it for that later game. And so far, it's been super successful coming in for both Cryptics, G3, and Lusail. And we kind of get a pretty good idea of which is the team that is likely to succeed coming into those final phases, and that is mainly based on what their positioning is, but also the number of players they are able to bring into those final few stages. But as we saw yesterday, I mean, Team Umbra came in with really strong numbers, but that didn't really work out in their favor. So at the end of the day, it also comes down to what your position is within the zone and how you take those engagements. So there's a lot of different dynamics that the teams are getting tested on as they continuously go at each other into that battlefield. And, you know, that's what's going to make today so exciting because the teams know that there's 5 less games to play. The pressure is on. And they are looking to just go on a bit of a runaway streak. At least the team sitting at the top, right? They want to go on a runaway streak with regards to those winner chicken dinners. So now we need to see Umbra step up to that challenge. So at least now, after you've rewatched yesterday's game, Sam, you understand why I'm saying Umbra needs a chicken.
I understand, DK, but you know what I'm more excited about today is the zone. So I am the worst PUBG caster because for me, the most exciting zones are the ones that cause absolute chaos. I like fire, crazy nades, damage, insane plays, and those come about when we have just the most absurd zones popping up. So I know the teams will curse me for saying this, but you know what I really want? I want some crazy circles, my friend. That's what I've got my fingers crossed for. I'm the worst, I know. But also I feel like to be the best, to qualify for the grand finals, to make it into the top 16, you've got to show that you can play under any circumstance. So we need one or two crazy circles, just to make sure that we're getting the top 16 in there, and they've proven that.
I have to agree with you. That does sound a little bit let's say it sounds a little bit sadistic, right? But I get you. I get you.
I would steal the name Sadicus, but it belongs to someone else in another title, so I can't. But maybe I can be Sadicus girl. He probably won't like that, but I'd steal it. I would definitely steal it.
But yeah, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with seeing the teams really having to squirm on the battlefield, because not only does it result in really interesting and entertaining gameplay, but there's a lot of growth that comes through for the teams because they are put in such challenging situations. They have to find a way to kind of get themselves out of that, or potentially look to try that and turn that situation to work in their favor. And I mean, that results in some beautiful growth coming in for teams. And there's a lot of growth that we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022, that these teams have been just pushing the envelope, right? Trying everything they can mentally, possibly, to try and increase those performances and just make it so dang difficult for any other team to bring in points. But of course, we know this is only Super Weekend. When we move into finals, it is going to take up an entirely different mindset. Teams you think are popping off now, Sam, just wait until we see the finals. It is going to be absolutely mind-blowing. The swap over, the change in mindsets, that dynamic change up, it is, I cannot wait.
I love how you are so good at talking about the growth of the teams and how they're going to play. And I'm sitting here being like, nah, man, we just want some drama today. It's day 2. We can get down to, yesterday was everyone was just feeling each other out, trying to get some points on the board. Day 3 is the serious business. You know that this is your final opportunity to qualify for grand finals. Today, I want drama, I want fire, I want chaos. I'm putting it out into the universe. May the PUBG mobile gods hear me, and that's what I want. DK is just like, oh no, this is not gonna be good.
Well, it would be super entertaining, but of course, the one thing I want is to give a big shout out over to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, Sam, we also know that there's a few exciting things we have happening on chat. That was, of course, happening on yesterday, and tomorrow there's going to be a few exciting things coming in. But today, all we can do is focus on the difficulty that you've kind of wished upon these teams. And I'll be honest and say, okay, I'll go along with that because, why not? It's going to be entertaining to see what struggles the teams will have to face moving into the battlefield. And of course, we know first match up is going to be over on towards Erangel. And I'm super excited to see who's going to be stepping up. Will it be Umbra to take their first winner chicken dinner, or will we have a few of those potential turkey runs coming in once again?
There's lots for the chat to talk about, but what I think they should talk about was your smooth transition from Sam's ridiculousness into that very clever Oppo promotion. So good job on that. I'm pretty sure they'll be very happy. I really love that phone, so we'll take a look. But you know what? Enough with the silliness. I'm going to put my serious caster face on. We're ready to go.
Yes, indeed we are. And of course, it is the lovely Erangel land down below. Flight path starting over in Primorsk, heading across towards Lipovka. So it's a beautiful change up, looking to where the teams will have access to, particularly seeing that we've got a nice potential spot coming down on towards that Sosnovka military base. And if we learned anything yesterday, we don't want a military zone, not at all.
Speak for yourself.
No. This is part of the mental mind trickery, right? So we don't want southern zones. We only want north. Please, only north. That we'll be super satisfied with that, and I'm pretty sure the teams will be happy with that as well. But of course, we also know Murphy's Law is a thing, right? So again, we've got to be careful of all of these things. But flight path wise, it is relatively satisfactory for a majority of these teams, as they'd be able to reach into their usual drop locations. I do think for Team Unique and potentially the teams that like to frequent those far more northern positions, it's not going to be too much of a train smash, because the Unique also now just opting straight up in towards Ferry Pier, which we know is one of their alternative drop locations. But close to Pachinki, already a few knocks making their way on in.
I'm curious because I felt like, and as I was going to say this, they've just proven me right. I feel like Mad Knight keeps dropping in and contesting drop spots that were already claimed by other teams. Obviously, it was the first super weekend that they've played in. We've seen where the zone is going to pop. I just feel like those early engagements yesterday was because they hadn't quite figured out where they wanted to drop. So we saw early on there was a little bit of fire. And I was watching to see if they were going to contest again. It looks like they've got into vehicles and got away from everyone else. Interesting for them. I don't want to see them in an early firefight. I say it again, they're going straight for zero tolerance. So curious to see how this goes down. But I do think that yesterday's early battles purely came from contested drop spots. When I watched back again, I think it was a matter of maybe not knowing where everyone else was dropping, choosing to maybe try and be aggressive and take them. So I think Mad Knights, if they want to get some points on the board, possibly need to change up that strategy coming into today.
But what it also could be is, because we know yesterday 1 million was dropping into Pachinki quite a bit, right? Now, usually 1 million prefer to drop up in towards Malta, as we can see right on that map that we had. So maybe it was 1 million potentially looking to throw a few spanner in the works coming through for the side there of Mad Knight. But also we know that up until the 13th of April, the PMCO registrations are open. So be sure to go check those out. The link, of course, in the pinned message in the live chat. So be sure to head on over there, click on the link, and go ahead and register your team and join us on the battlefield. We'd love to see you all step up and compete, and who knows, potentially even see you right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League for the Africa region. A lot of growth. You know, I've been talking about growth, and I'll stick to the topic, right? A lot of growth could be brought into the scene, and already looking at what the teams have been doing in this PMPL, I think this is going to trickle out very nicely into the rest of the community as well.
I do think we have to give a big high five to PUBG Mobile Esports for introducing this first PMPL for Africa. I think that the region was waiting, the continent was waiting desperately for it, and it's so well deserved, and it's really going to do a lot to elevate the level of play. And I'm excited to see a lot of these players compete on the global stage as well against other regions, because I do think that we can really bring something incredible to the global scene.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, a lot of the time you see people saying, oh yeah, but you know, like, oh, look at the level of gameplay. And that is where I just want to say, remember, this is the very first PMPL, right? We've seen a lot of other regions having several opportunities to participate in PMPL. So obviously the level of skill in those regions have had the opportunity to grow a considerable amount. But looking at the starting point for Africa in this PMPL, it's already a really strong level for them to be starting off. And the growth that could be coming in from this point going forward, it could definitely make Africa at some point quite the formidable force to go up against.
For sure. So now if you take a look, everyone's just looting. This is the moment where you want to just grab all your gear, get all the nades, players, because Sam wants to see some fire. And the only thing that we can point out, there was an early little firefight that happened between some of the teams on landing. So Unique was able to claim themselves 1 elimination point, 0 tolerance down a player. That's not great. You never want to start that low. So they're playing a 3-player setup. They'll have a little trio running. But for the most part, relatively quiet, relatively spread out. No one is contesting with one another. Everyone's kind of just keeping their space. So relatively passive play to start the day.
Yeah, we do have a slight development coming in towards chopsticks, but you know, it's nothing too concerning just yet. We do see the rotations heading up in towards that Gatka kind of chopsticks region, but it does seem like the teams are playing it quite tactfully, right? They're not necessarily trying to bunker down and get right down to business. But what's going to be interesting to see is how these rotations are going to be coming through. A lot of the teams, as you said, could be looking to, as we get into those next few phases, look to just, you know, up the aggression a slight tad bit. And we did see a beautiful increase in that happening just yesterday in our first game. But who knows? Maybe we'll see even more of that coming into the second day, as the teams know that this is now the time for them to step up and do a lot of the work. They've already had the opportunity to kind of get over the nerves, and now it is time for some serious PUBGing.
Some serious PUBG. You're trying to make that a thing. Don't worry. I'm picking up on what you're putting down. We'll make it work. Hopefully the chat can drop it in there as well. Are we PUBGing today? Is that what's happening? For now, everyone's just moving in. It's going to be super chilled to start the day. I presume this was going to be the case. It's a bit more of a serious game. You want to stay alive for as long as possible, right? So if you can just avoid some fights, get what you need, set yourself up, wait to see where that second zone pops, and then you can start figuring out how you want to rotate in. As I say that though, SWAT 69, have they decided to kind of set themselves up here? Is that something that's happening? They look like they might have been bunkering down. I thought that they were potentially just running around seeing what they could loose up, but it looks like they might be choosing to settle in this compound. I think that might be too early a time to set yourself up.
It could potentially be, but I do think it's going to depend on the rotations coming in from the teams in the surrounding area, because we see the players from G3 also positioned a slight bit over on towards that eastern side, also not looking to explore the region all too much, also looking to kind of solidify a potential angle. And it does seem like Mad Knight is adopting a very similar kind of approach. Again, not exploring too much. You can see the Beast just prepping all those windows, making sure that there's no glass to first work through, instead taking all of them out, so it's going to be smooth sailing potentially from that point on forward. And we are having that mass migration now starting to come on through. We see the players from PMPL Esports on that more western side, and they have the players from, I believe that is the Super Young Stars that we can see right here, also in a relatively close proximity. But the teams this time, what I'm liking here is there's a lot more cohesion coming through, right? The teams are a little bit closer with regards to their own positioning throughout the team. We're not seeing those crazy splits coming in today.
I'm a big fan of the splits. I think a 2-2 split works really well in the early stages. It allows you to scout more area, loot accordingly. But I think for now, everyone's just staying close until they figure out where the next zone is going to pop. That's important. And obviously positioning themselves. You can see now the change in pace compared to what we saw on day number one. It's a much more slower game, much more calmer game, and I do believe that that's purely just because everyone knows that it's a little bit more serious today. Less time to get those points, more time to focus on making sure you stay alive for as long as possible. And there we go. Zones just popped. SWAT 69, good job on taking that compound, because they're going to be in a really good position for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice transitional way for a lot of the teams positioned over on towards that eastern side. And even PMPL Esports and Super Young Stars finding themselves in a really good setup coming in. They're already, the fights now starting to break out as we have Blackjack and Umbra bumping into each other on that eastern edge of the zone. Beautiful confirmation coming in. First one down for the side of Blackjack, as we can see that, of course, being a Lelouch. MG, instead of hopping in, hops over, you know. Hop, there we go. Gets in and off they go, looking to push in onto those foothills of Everest. But also now we see Cryptics making their way on through, and a lot of the teams now are going to be looking for those positionings. I'm curious to see who's going to try and push over on towards that more western side of zone. As we can see currently on the map, it is quite open, and there's a lot of potential positions for teams to move in and acquire.
So a lot of the teams are coming in from, I would say, the sort of southeast side, and then we obviously saw a few of them coming in from the northeast side, which meant as they were moving into the zone, we had some of those rotations sort of bumping into one another, which is what I think happened with Blackjack Esports. That was where that started to happen, is obviously they're going to knock into one another. I think for the most part now, it'll calm down and we won't see that. It feels like everyone's spreading out really nicely. But I do find what's quite interesting here, and it's something that the teams are realizing they need to do, is everyone is starting to just settle themselves down in the spot where they think will be best suited to look after themselves, but also possibly rotate in if they need to. I am going to make a huge prediction here, and I might be wrong, but I think we're going to have a lot of teams still standing come the last few zones.
I get that feeling too, because we've also seen it happen before where we had 15 teams moving into that 4th or 5th phase. So it could potentially be another repeat coming into today's matches here. And I mean, yes, the teams are moving into a more centralized position in the zone, but they are still respecting the space, right? They're not looking to push up into any of these compounds unnecessarily. So it does seem like they are doing their due diligence, ensuring that they have enough information before committing to those rotations. And as we can see here, Knight also now standing atop the hill, just scanning down into the valley down below, looking to see if anything could potentially be brewing down in those lovely fields. But, you know, the pressure's going to be on because they won't have too much time to stand around and look for potential spot to move in. As we know, that zone is going to start shrinking and getting smaller and smaller. And in doing so, it will be forcing these teams to make those difficult decisions.
I think for the most part, everyone has kind of settled themselves in nicely in the zone. I think we've got one more team that's attempting to rotate in. They're in vehicles, so they should be good. Pretty chilled vibes from all of these teams right now. Like I said, chilled vibes. They're in a competition for lots of money, wanting to annihilate one another, but they're chilled for now. Chilled for now, DK. And everyone is pretty much safely in. So again, it's going to come down to the end game, and I think it's going to be pretty dramatic, which is what I wanted. And there you go. Most of the teams, though, comfortable in that position. But now it's going to begin because the space is less. The fights are going to have to start. And I think there's going to be a lot of teams trying to contest different spots. For those teams that have set themselves up nicely, now they've just got to protect what they claim.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite the challenge now to try and protect what they have claimed. As we can see, the players here from Lusail, they want to claim that hill for themselves, but it's not within zone. So either they are looking to just scare off any potential advance coming through from Virtual Gaming so that they can have a little bit more of a relaxed rotational path back up in towards the zone, or, you know, they just want to just say hi to them. We don't know which one it is.
No one wants to say hi to one another today, DK. We want to shoot one another. Today is about shooting one another. There is no conversations happening. Nothing is going to be discussed. Cryptics has quite a good spot here because they've got a little bit of space where they can kind of stand on the roof, take a look, and you can see there that they're using that to their advantage, just steadily picking off the one member of Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, with that, it is going to be MG that goes on down. It's now up to Reverb and Zane to try and find where they are going to be calling home next. As we see that whole western side pretty much open for the taking, but the positioning here from Cryptics really paying off. And this is one of the teams that we see that are really good at playing those wide splits. But you know, the rest of the lobby still having to try and find those positions. And of course, speaking about positions, we do see SWAT69 getting a beautiful squad wipe right onto the players there from 1 million. So this is an absolutely phenomenal start for them in this first match on the second day. But now they just got to keep their focus in and look to make it all the way into those later phases. Of course, 15 teams still remain, 57 players still alive, and we're running out of options, running out of space.
I mean, I wanted drama and chaos. I'm definitely going to get it in this game. I think SWAT69 can be really happy with those 3 elimination points, obviously sitting right on the bottom of the table. The more points they can get, the better for them. So I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that. Also, really clever engagement from them. They set themselves up really nicely. It was easy to pick those members off. I like that, the thinking that goes into before we decide to go in and be aggressive, let's figure this out, let's set ourselves up, and let's make sure we can win the fight. I don't think you should ever enter into a fight unless you're 100% sure you can win. And that all just comes down to preparation and positioning.
Yeah, the team's already doing a lot of preparation. Now it is down to what the positioning will bring to them. Of course, we still see the players from Slime having to push in, but now Mad Knight having to try and defend their position. Beast, we did see taking down all those windows a little bit earlier, but unfortunately that didn't really do much for them, as we see their first player now actually having to pack their bags and make their way over in towards the lobby. We also have the players from Slime not too far away with that zone, now shifting up and giving a little bit of a zone bless potentially over onto Super Young Stars, the players there from Zero Tolerance, and of course G3. But the fighting down on towards the southeastern side could now start the unraveling here between Slime 4KT and Mad Knight. But ideally, we'd like to see those rotations come through, and it does seem like that is kind of on the minds of Slime here.
I think what we need to focus on is how good G3 is at rotating and positioning themselves once we hit phase 4. This is something we've seen from them a lot. Whenever we get to the fourth zone, they tend to find themselves in a good spot. They're very good at moving around, and I do think not necessarily that they constantly just luckily find themselves in the center. They're just very good at adjusting and moving quite quickly, and they've now set themselves up exactly where you need to be for this end game. Which, I mean, it explains why they have 2 winner chicken dinners already from Super Weekend, but I would be keeping an eye out on them. Lusail as well, comfortable in there, so those 2 big teams. However, they could come head to head, and then it gives a great opportunity for someone else to third party.
Yeah, that would be quite great to see, but things are looking a little bit tough over on the eastern side. We've got Darkness looking to roll on through. Umbra also trying to push their way on in. Blackjack getting eliminated really early on, all the way over on towards that western side. And it was roundabout in this region where that whole fight kind of unfolded for them. We do see the players here from Unique. We also have the team coming in from PMPL Esports a little bit further down south, and even further south of that, we can see on the mini-map is going to be the players there from Virtual Gaming. So I'm liking the congestion starting to come in on the southwestern side. Southeast also looking very similar. Still, we have Intruder and other players here from Slime 4KT with the addition of SWAT69 pulling up right alongside them now.
This was all the teams trying to rotate into the zone. Blackjack Esports, unfortunate elimination for them. I think that they just found themselves in too many small fights, and eventually it just wasn't enough. They were bleeding members, kept running into compounds, going, hello, let us in, and getting shot. Moving to the next one, same thing happened, so they're now out. But now here's where these little fights are going to be interesting. So these teams are all going to be battling it out. And then if you take a look, which you can't see on the minimap, but in the northwest, you're going to have another bunch of teams coming in, so possibly battling there. Lusail and G3, though, they've set themselves up pretty. I believe what they'll do is just sit and wait for these teams to go at one another. And you can see here, look how many teams are all in the same vicinity having to fight out. This is exactly what we said was going to happen. A little bit of chaos as the space has now become less.
Yep, and that would be the trend for the remainder of this match. But now, Slime really trying to challenge the position. We see the players here from Intruder, but of course, Intruder not secured within the zone. So Slime potentially just looking to alleviate a little bit of the pressure coming through on their side. As we can see, Zeus now getting caught, or rather spotted out on that off angle. But now Aimer trying to also just play this position the entirety of SWAT69 positioned up ahead already. That first knock making its way on in. 3 eliminations on board for them. But of course, it is still going to be a fight coming in between Intruder as the blue zone is now starting to force their hand. They have to start rotating. And this is where Slime is just cleaning up. As we can see, knock after knock finding its way on through. Weiss also now getting eliminated. And Aimer is going to be looking to get a few of those confirmations locked and dialed on in. Oh, with that, Raouf also now getting downed. An Intruder down to their final player. Hemo making a dash towards that position in the zone. As we see, the rest of the players coming through here from Slime. Coming in with some good dealt hits, but not finding those eliminations just yet. And I'm a little bit worried here because Virtual Gaming, they're just hanging around, right? Same can be said for for SWAT69 rather. And both these teams could decide to pounce at nearly the exact moment.
I think that what you need to do in these situations, if you're a SWAT69, so they're at the bottom of the hill, they need to heal up. That's the first thing that I would do. Slime is now fighting on 2 sides. Obviously, Virtual and SWAT69 are just going to simply wait. There's going to be a bit of a pincer moment that could happen. And you can see here, SWAT69 knows that if they just wait it out, they'll be able to go in and pick up the pieces of whatever falls with that fight. Saying all of that, though, these teams need to still move. So that's also something that they need to be conscious of. Fighting is fun, but you do have to move before the zone gets you.
Yeah, you can't get too distracted. But, of course, Aimer getting a little bit focused onto the side here of SWAT69 and Team Umbra now getting sent back at the hand of Zero Tolerance we saw coming in on the feed. But up comes Aimer looking to find that final hitting blow right up into SWAT. Oh, does find Sabir. Who will be the next one? Yash now, the last defending player for the side of SWAT. But Aimer coming through with a beautiful jump shot. gets the squad wipe, and with that, Slime sit on a grand total of 7 eliminations. Absolutely phenomenal start as they look to apply the pressure even more so, and they are leading the pack with regards to eliminations.
I think that SWAT 69 waited too long behind those vehicles. They were at the bottom. They could have pushed up the hill. They should have pushed up when Slime was in the middle of that firefight, because the team wouldn't have been able to watch their back, and that would have been the perfect opportunity to do a little backstab and take them out. They waited, which allowed Slime to come down the hill, and obviously with that high ground advantage, spot exactly where everyone is and take them out.
Oh, of course, now G3 are going to be looking to just tap away at the side here of Lusail. Lusail just harnessing any and all hard cover they can find. You can see Boyka down for the moment is going to be down to Wanted and Salam to try and hold up that front line. Lusail feeling a few of those devastating blows heading up in their direction. G3, however, still looking pretty grand, holding on to their compound here, and it's a good vantage point for them to be playing from. But of course, they need to be quite cautious of the position coming in from Mad Knight, who we see now finding themselves positioned in towards the northern side of zone, as that phase does take a little bit of a shift over on towards the western front. Of course, Cryptics also losing quite a few of their players, as we can see coming in on the map. But now Lusail coming under some crazy fire, as G3 is just absolutely relentless in their bombardment on towards them.
They need to be careful though, because Super Young Stars also knows G3 is here. So if they wait for this Lusail battle to happen, when G3 needs to now rotate in, Super Young Stars can take them out.
Wow, these nades coming in from G3, Sam. These are just absolutely insane. I mean, look at the reach, finding a pinpoint position, so much so that they are able to deal with the entirety of Lusail without really having to send off a single shot in their direction. Of course, we did see the players there from Virtual Gaming also now making their way on back into the lobby. We are down to our final 7 teams. And this is now where the players from the Super Young Stars are going to be looking to leverage their position and their angle onto the team there from Slime, 4KT. As we can see, Storm now holding up that front line, but it is going to be still quite a bit of a challenge. Super Young Stars actually looking pretty golden alongside G3. The rest of the lobby now down to 3, 2, and 1 player respectively.
I really love the use of utils from G3. A smart way to kind of keep yourself in a situation where you got bullets for the end game. You don't need to shoot too much. Just drop some nades. They did a great job. Slime has now gone back to the lobby, if you didn't see that on your screens. And now with G3, obviously they've just got to protect themselves from all the other battles. The one to watch, those Super Young Stars, they've been keeping themselves very quiet. I think that they'll start entering into some battles now. But this is what we've been talking about, is just being a little bit passive and slow in the finals, because it will allow you to place yourself really nicely for the end game.
Yeah, and it is a strategy that is working out quite phenomenally for the teams that look to utilize that. But speaking about utilizing, right, now it's going to come down to the Super Young Stars and G3 to utilize those numbers. But Unique, Triple Esports still presenting somewhat of a challenge. I wouldn't say any immediate threats, but definitely bring in quite a few challenges. We can see Unique now just trying to use these ridge lines that they've got. And I mean, it could at times be quite a devastating position for Unique to be playing onto, say, the Super Young Stars or even potentially G3. But also Triple Esports coming in with an interesting approach. We know Miramar being quite capable with regards to those frags coming in, but also AWAM with a beautiful off-angle position. And I mean, I think we could see a few third parties coming in from that.
I don't like the positioning of Unique on these cliffs. I just worry that when the time comes and they have to move, they're going to be pushing themselves right up into the open, and that's going to allow Super Young Stars and G3 to just pick them off, you know, like quite easily. But I might be wrong. Maybe this does work for them. It'll be an interesting one. If I was Triple Esports, though, I would also just wait it out. Let Super Young Stars and G3 battle. That's what's going to happen now. Just wait. And exactly like you said, I think the third party will win this. So Unique, maybe hiding behind the cliffs is the smart move. I just worry that at some point they are going to have to make themselves seen, and then it's quite open for them to move through. And G3 has that great little spot there in the buildings. They're going to be able to see a lot.
Yeah, and again, G3 just being absolutely blessed with regards to that zone positioning. And I mean, this is going to be the place to go, right? Because they have all the angles as well as the hard cover. But Unique, having a few of those ridge lines you can see G3 now, they've pretty much come to the conclusion that there is a team situated there. And also Unique not really doing much to try and hide that position. Super Young Stars now getting caught out in the open. But with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Triple Esports as we now make our way to our final 3 teams. It is going to be a 4v4 v3 in favor of Super Young Stars and G3. Unique rocking their 3 players still, but are trying to find a way to get themselves situated back in it towards that next zone, but also a very challenging position coming in here from the Super Young Stars.
Challenging position for both Super Young Stars and Unique. I don't think G3 is blessed with zone positioning so much as they make their own blessing by setting themselves up, and it is something that we need to watch as the day progresses. They are very good at rotating in. They now know exactly where these teams are. If I was them, I would wait a little bit before. I wouldn't have done that, like what you just saw there with Nacho. Just wait, because Unique is going to have to move up. Super Young Stars, you can see them doing the little snaky snake. They're going to have to come to you. G3 actually just has to wait for these teams to come to them, or for both of them to bump into one another and then pick them off as they go. Again, it's just a matter of the waiting game now. And I'm curious to see how this plays out, and also for how long G3 can actually sit in this building, because of course at some point they might have to move as well.
Yeah, that zone is not going to be blessing them forever and a day. They will have to come up with a little bit more of a rotation, as we can see also that zone now kind of moving into that open piece of land that we have in between all these teams. And now Unique, Chills getting traded off right there as we see Nacho just pushing up to the edge. Winky now trying to ensure that they've got at least 2 players moving in. Scope also cooking up a good nade, looking to reach across over towards the Super Young Stars. But looking at where they're moving into, I'm expecting G3 to be quite delayed in their push here. As we can see, that compound really working out phenomenally for them, as Charla now also comes under fire. But Lashin is trying to utilize that loot box before pushing forward, and now the rush comes in. The molly's getting sent across. G3 can feel the heat starting to increase as the Super Young Stars come knocking at their door.
They've let Lashin get way too close. They should have been picking him off. I wanted to point out the fantastic use of smokes that Nacho used to take down the 2 Unique members. The way he threw the smokes and then kind of used it as a backwards and forwards, so peeking around them a little bit and then getting back into the smoke where he couldn't be seen. Very, very clever play from him.
Oh, but of course now Super Young Stars looking to find that opening, as we see Lashin also now making their way back. It is down to Kronboy, which is not going to be taking that aggressive approach. Is, however, just going to be trying to maintain a decent angle situated out in the field. Gets up, spots the angle onto a scope. There we go. The first hit comes in. A quick reposition coming through from Kronboy, but unfortunately G3, being super aware of their surrounding area, comes in with the final devastating blows, taking down Winky from Unique and claiming yet another winner-winner chicken dinner. A very similar approach we saw from them just yesterday in the first match as well. So G3, a really consistent gameplay coming in from them once again.
That was fantastic. That was just very smartly played. They were very strategic in how they set themselves up. Again, I said it. I think that they're very good at rotating into the zone and positioning themselves really well. I thought that they played the final game. It was a very smart play from them. So they set themselves up in that building. Obviously, Unique had to come up the cliffs. At the moment they peeked over, it was going to be an issue. Over the ridge, they could be seen. I liked the way that G3 chose to do a little bit of a split there. So they kept 3 members in the building, pushed 1 member out. That was Nacho. Nacho used smokes as a sort of wall, if you like. So used the smokes to cover himself out, then peeked through the smokes to be able to pick off members. I thought that they could have maybe got rid of Super Young Stars a little bit better, but I'm just nitpicking now because they really did a fantastic job. That level of play coming in from G3 is really just right up there. And of course, being right up there on the scoreboard, that's what happens. And no doubt, this is why they're one of the top 3 teams in the competition.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about being right up there, that of course is their 6th winner chicken dinner being acquired in the Super Weekend. And that is the 3rd one just this weekend, right? They brought in 2 just yesterday and is kicking the day off with yet another chicken dinner. I mean, it's a good day in the G3 camp, but of course, we need to look at what the other teams have been doing as well. Again, a really strong effort being put in there by Super Young Stars, and in all honesty, that zone was super challenging for the teams really to play in, particularly having that exposed kind of terrain up ahead of them. We did see them trying to utilize those ridge lines and the trees and rocks as best they could But unfortunately, G3, they just had such a controlling angle there. But also, I mean, I have to agree with you, Unique. It was a little bit of a risky play playing on the edge of that cliff, just trying to ride that ridge line. But of course, speaking about the action, let's hop into a few of the highlights from the past match.
We speak a lot about positioning from the G3 side, or at least I do. And this is my new thing today is positioning. So, take a little swig of your drink. Every time I say positioning, it's going to happen a lot. There is a player, though, and I don't normally like to call out players specifically, but this player I watched yesterday and again today, very, very good at positioning, moving around, specifically in firefights, keeping themselves alive, but also making sure that they set themselves up in a really good spot. And that's Winky from Unique. They have a really good read of the game, and the way that they move is impressive. So keep an eye out on Winky, because you saw their last player standing for Unique really puts up a good fight, positions well. I think with the additional support from Unique of maybe a decent scout, Winky could be damaging. We talk a lot about the big fraggers, but I think a player that can position themselves that well and read the game is one to watch out for as well.
Yeah, I mean, Winky definitely bringing in some really tactful performances there. But I mean, speaking about tactful performances, right? We look at our top 5 teams coming in on the match rankings here. All of them finishing relatively strong with regards to those placement points, being able to find those double digits. But what we don't see is the position coming through from the players of SWAT. We don't see them on this first page. We don't see Mad Knight sitting here, and that to me is a little bit of a worrying position to be in, but it is, however, quite satisfying to see the players there from Triple Esports rising to the occasion, because they know they are also not yet secured with their position coming through. So a good play coming in as we see those 9 points being awarded to Triple Esports for this last match.
Triple Esports can be very happy with this. This is going to make a big difference for them. Obviously, they are on the edge of making the top 16 right now, so they need a couple more days like this. Unfortunately, 9 points is not going to be enough. They need to start aiming for the 10, 13s if they want to move up, but it is going to get them closer to where they need to be. This is your top 8, though. If you take a look at the bottom of the table of this matchup, this is where the problems start to show. Mad Knight only clocking 3 points. That's not enough for them. SWAT 69. I actually thought that they'd set themselves up quite well, but just wasn't meant to be their game. It is PUBG Mobile. That's what happened. So only 3 points for them. Doesn't really matter. For most teams, you can have 1 or 2 bad games and you're okay with it. But when you're SWAT 69 and Mad Knight, where you're still sitting in the double digits versus the triple, you can't afford to have any games like this. You need more points on the board, and that's going to be sitting heavy on both of these teams.
Yeah, I think we can say the same therefore Intruder. Yes, they are already sitting on the triple digits, but they are the gatekeepers of top 16, right? They are the team currently positioned up in towards that position. So they're going to have to keep their pressure building as well. And starting it off with 3 points, okay, it's not the worst amount of points, but still, ideally, we'd like to see that being pushed a little bit further, because there's still that position, that slot moving into the finals that these teams are fighting for. And I mean, looking at Triple Esports performance coming in on this first match, if they keep up that consistency and looking to bring in even more points other than 9, I do think we could potentially even see Triple Esports overtaking Intruder.
Intruder needs to just make the gap between themselves and everyone else a lot bigger. So they do need to focus on getting those points. I mean, every team needs to focus on getting points, if we're honest. But strategically, Intruder needs to have some big pop-off games. The teams, obviously, that aren't currently in the top 16, they need the big games. Everyone knows what's to play for. We saw the change in map number 1. We saw the tempo change, the passive start. I think we're going to see a lot more of that as we continue throughout today.
Yeah, hopefully to see a lot more of that. And of course, we want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Sam, first match done and dusted, all the action kind of locked in, the points locked in. Now it is time for us to prep ourselves to move into that second match, which would see us moving over on towards Miramar, the ever dusty dune. So with that, we are going to be taking a quick break to ensure that we've got everything locked and dialed in. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. You're on the desk here with me, DK and Sam. And of course, already, first match done and dusted. G3, no surprise, yet another winner chicken dinner being brought on by them. A beautiful start coming in for G3. But now, Sam, my question is, do you think on Miramar, we're going to see G3 coming in with yet another winner chicken dinner?
If I'm not mistaken, they did that yesterday. So yes, maybe it could happen. Maybe it couldn't though. Who knows? I'm very good at playing the middle line here and not making a full commitment. It always comes down to zone. I do think they position themselves really well. And I always worry a little bit for other teams when you've got a team like G3 or a team like Lusail that's had these 2 chicken dinners, or G3 the 3 chicken dinners. There's a certain level of confidence that pops up now. So obviously you're feeling good because you're winning. When you're feeling good, you're more focused, you're playing better. That confidence can really give you the edge, and you can just improve and improve and improve. So that can be a little bit nerve-wracking for the teams around them, because when you're feeling that confidence, for some reason, our brains just work this way. Your aim suddenly is a little bit better. Your positioning's better. You're just feeling a lot better. So G3 is a big threat as we move on to Miramar, and a team that everyone needs to worry about. But there's some other really good teams in the mix. Maybe Umbra can finally step up and get their chicken dinner, and that's something that I'll be looking out for as well.
Yeah, well, another thing that we are going to be looking out for is, of course, the big shout out going out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out there to Nomo TV. But now we're getting closer to hopping on the plane to see what not only the flight path will bring, but also where that first initial zone is going to go. And one thing that we've been seeing emerging for the side of G3 in particular is if they move in from the northern side of zone, things usually work out quite well for them. So I'm curious to see what that zone is going to be bringing in, and of course also what the rotations will be bringing in alongside that. Another team that's also had a lot of success coming in on the map of Miramar has been the team from Cryptics, right? So they're kind of sharing that position with G3. So it's usually either G3 or Lusail that come in quite successfully on Miramar. We have had also other teams coming in with a few winner chicken dinners on there, but more consistently has been going over towards either Cryptics or the players there from G3. So who knows? You know, maybe we could have a bit of a disruption coming in with potentially SWAT69 or Mad Knight picking up a winner chicken dinner right here. Who knows? I mean, it could literally swing either which way.
I don't know if you know this, DK, but 16 different ways it could swing, because there's 16 teams and it's all up for grabs. Cryptics, we haven't seen get a chicken dinner now for this particular super weekend, but they've had a really strong performance, consistent throughout. And I mean, that's why they're sitting on the top of the leaderboard, right? They just play a really good game. So it would be nice to see them take home a chicken dinner in the final super weekend if they finish on the top of the tables. We'll have to wait and see. 15 other teams, though, they're feeling a little bit hungry as well.
Yeah, and of course, we'd love to hear what the viewers are thinking. Please let us know on social media. You can head over onto Facebook and Instagram. Look for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. Do you think that we are going to be seeing a chicken dinner being brought in by Team Umbra today? Will today be the day, the second to last day in Super Weekends? Or could we potentially maybe see one of our teams sitting on the lower end of leaderboard also just rising to the occasion, coming in with a bit of a runaway streak? Or, well, could it be a little bit of a spoiled performance, right? Have G3 or Cryptics picking up those victories as we've seen them do before? We'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Be sure to let us know. Meanwhile, looking over onto the flight path, we do see a nearly center zone, not really 100%, but it's relatively close. But we do have a little bit of that hot drop action coming in towards the northern side, as we have the players there from Zero Tolerance just looking to throw a few things in the toolbox, and we'll maybe take a few things out and also try and yeet them over.
I mean, is this the time to start pulling things out of your toolbox and yeeting them? That's interesting. That's an interesting zone as well. We saw something similar to this yesterday. This is going to change things up a little bit. And those teams that are hot dropping towards the north, that's good for them. Maybe don't fight it out, boys and girls, and just move in, because you've got yourself SWAT69 and Zero Tolerance. You've got yourself a nice little setup. Just move in to where that zone is.
Yeah, and already we see the players here from SWAT 69 Zero Tolerance getting a little bit into that potential early game engagement. But speaking about engagement, as we just saw that quick pop up come in, that of course is to remind everyone about the PMCO registrations. They close on the 13th of April, so be sure to click on the link in the pinned message in live chat. Head on through and register your squad. We'd love to see you come in on the battlefield, having some extra diversity, right, being brought in to the battlefield, and it's good for growth. Everyone being kept on their toes, and another team that is going to be kept on their toes once again will be Mad Knight and Triple Esports right here up in towards Picado.
Oh, wow. What a surprise. Mad Knight in an early engagement. Did not see that coming at all. I hope that they disengage. Team Umbra has already got 2 players down because of the setup that they found themselves in. So that's a little bit nerve-wracking for them. Also for me, because we want them to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I have to agree. But it's a very interesting place that we see this engagement actually coming through, because it's not necessarily a compound that we see being too contested all that often, but it does seem like Intruder is definitely sticking it to the side here of Umbra. As we can see, Rauf, for the time being backed up by Weiss. The rest of the squad positioned a little bit closer towards that Monte Nuevo position, but Weiss, of course, now having a quick trade being sent up in their direction. Morteza and Wasted now in a spot of bother here, as the health bars not looking too fantastic. But fortunately, they've got PRZ coming in for a little bit of that moral support.
It's interesting because Intruder's actually running a split, so not all their members are in this fight. I wonder if this was just a scouting situation where they realized Umbra was here and decided to take the engagement. But they've got backup. That's always a little bit concerning, and you can see now, well, you can't see it on your screens, but we can see that the other members are coming in from Intruder with vehicles, which is not going to be a great time for Umbra. One of these teams should probably think about just disengaging. And as I said that, look at that. You know I like a bomb. Nicely done. I love an explosion so early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra just popping off, quite literally right here, as we can see those shots coming through onto Intruder. Omar, I mean, if you asked me, I would have thought that Umar could potentially have a little bit of an advantage there. But, yeah, the use of utilities coming through from the side of Umbra is absolutely devastating. Another thing that could also be a little bit devastating is the knock coming through here on Mad Knights. We can see Agent 47 getting taken down. Triple Esports still playing a very confident approach right here up in towards Picado.
I will chat about this in a bit. I just want to jump back to that Intruder fight that we saw with Umbra. In the beginning, the Intruder, they had their members in there. Like I mentioned, they had the splits, and they actually had the advantage on Umbra, but they weren't able to finish it off. And I'm not 100% sure if that's because of the split. Maybe they needed the backup of their other squad members, or if they just lost that opportunity. If you want to be aggressive and jump on someone who's in a building, or jump on a team that's in a building like that, you have to be fully committed to the fight. I feel like they were committed, they're not so committed, and unfortunately started with the advantage, and now you can see Umbra sitting with those 3 elimination points, all their members back up, and Intruder's now down to 1 player. This is the problem with early engagements. You take the risk, there's a good reward, but also sometimes you lose out in a big way. A lesson that Triple Esports and Mad Knight might just learn as well today.
Yeah, it could potentially be a bit of a lesson to be learned here. But one thing that we've definitely seen is that Mad Knight, they have decided that they will stick to the guns, right? They are going to be finding themselves in these early game engagements. And all they got to do now is, you know, I don't know, find a way to deal with that play. Just, it's a little bit risky, but of course, you know, it could still maybe improve or change, or you know, the RNG and PUBG gods could be working together and saying, okay, cool, you know what, let's make sure that things work out for you guys, because you've been so consistent with these early engagements. But now they are going to be put to the test. As we can see, Triple Esports, AWAM cooking up a lovely molly, sending it in. Oh, it does find Agent 47. Not a lot of health really on that health bar to make much use of, but now Kingerman will find themselves in a little bit of a hot spot as well.
Both of these teams are on the bottom of the scoreboard, so why they've chosen to do this is beyond me. Now it's just a fire fest. Looks like Triple Esports is going to get the upper hand on Mad Knights. Beast is the only one left. I think Ammo is going to struggle here. Triple seems to have the advantage. This is not looking good for Mad Knights. Again, I find it perplexing when these teams choose to have these early engagements. I'm completely of the opinion that if you are forced to it, then so be it, fight it out. But if you can disengage, and both of these teams could have disengaged. Triple Esports is going to come up potentially on top. I don't imagine Mad Knight's going to be able to get the res on Beast. I don't think that they're going to be standing the moment they move. I think Triple's waiting. As I say that, they're firing out, but that's it. It's game over for Mad Knights, in my opinion. And as I say that, it is. Goodbye. Good night, Mad Knights.
Yeah, it's been a mad night for them so far. But ideally, yes, we would have liked to see that disengage, that complete disengage, not only from the group, from the team there of either Mad Knight or Triple Esports, but also then when it came down to Zamo, the best decision there would have been to just get out of Picardo, look to push into a good position in the zone. And we do see there could have been a potential rotational path pushing straight on through. And of course, we also see a little bit of that action now unfolding between SWAT69 and Zero Tolerance all the way up in towards the northern reaches of the zone.
It's curious that they haven't really moved much. I think that they've been engaged with one another, but now the zone is closing, so they're going to have to move. I think Zero Tolerance is just trying to clean up the SWAT before they make the move. That must be the plan of action there. But that battle is now happening within the blue. I see a couple of their members jumping into vehicles. Obviously, they've realized that maybe the fight's not worth it. Obviously, not a lot of damage right now from the blue. You don't have to worry too much, but you don't want to waste precious health and revives and things like that when you could potentially just move and prepare yourself for the next zone pop.
I have to agree with you on that. They definitely have to try and get their butts out of the danger zone and look for a little bit of a more secure position elsewhere. Now, of course, another team that is going to be looking for a more secure position elsewhere is going to be the players here from Super Young Stars, who we see now rolling up behind Umbra. But Umbra, of course, quite reactive here, really just laying down the crossfire and being able to pick up a few of those eliminations along the way. And I mean, I'm a little bit worried now for Charla and Lashin as they've already lost 2 of their teammates.
Look at that zone, though. It's really forcing everyone to play a little bit tougher, right? Obviously, when you've got the water in the mix, it makes the space a little bit less. So it is going to force a lot more engagements, I think, than the teams would want. You'll notice that a lot of the higher-up teams, when I say higher-up teams, the ones that are higher up on the overall scoreboard have been somewhat quiet through this exercise. You don't really hear from them much, which is smart. G3 is already finding themselves in a good central position. You know that they're just good at rotating in, but the teams are going to have to come into contact with one another a little bit sooner than I think any of them would like, courtesy of the additional water on this zone, which is good. This is what we wanted, a little bit of fun. Make you work for your points on Super Weekend. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we want it to be sweaty, right? Because it's a bit cold, right? So we want to see that sweaty action
Only
coming
in
through.
South Africa, DK. It's warm everywhere else.
Yeah, but in my argument, it spans across everywhere, right? So because it's cold here, we want to see that sweaty action come in because it will help to keep us warm. And of course, Hemo is going to be feeling that pressure come through now, being completely isolated and caught in between the crosshairs of the players here from Darkness, but also the potential rotation coming through here from G3. As we can see, Nacho just exploring the region a little bit, just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land before making any one of those, any of the next rotations that could be coming through from them. But I gotta agree, having such a large section of the map or the next zone being over in towards that water region does present quite a few challenges, but I'm curious to see just how far west, or how far east rather, the next shift is going to take us, because if it moves to the islands on the eastern edge, that's going to be something that I definitely have not seen much of.
I don't think it will. I think the final circles have to give you as much playable area as possible. So I'm going to hazard a guess and say it won't shift over there. What I really liked that we were looking at there was Darkness's position on the high ground there. They had Whiskey had like just the most fantastic aerial view of pretty much everything in their surrounds, giving them a good idea to scout, and he can actually see a lot more teams moving around where he was. So a really good move from them to use that space and use what areas they've got to the best of their ability. This is going to be interesting. I think a lot of teams are going to have to do this now, just set themselves up in a higher spot so that they can see who's coming in and where they're going. And as I say that, you can see Virtual Gaming is doing just that right now. This is clever, just because it allows you to have a better idea of like I said, where people are. But also, if you know the game well, which every single team here does, they're professional players, you have a better idea of how they plan to move.
Yeah, and I mean, with regards to moves, there's still quite a few that needs to be made. Umbra and Triple gonna be fighting it out over on this western side with the addition of potentially Virtual Gaming to that southern section. But it does seem like Virtual Gaming prioritizing the setup into the safe playable area before potentially getting involved in any of these engagements. And that could be a really cool, really good decision being made there from them, as it is a little bit of a gatekeep coming in. But look at that. We move even further east.
I mean, one, I need to be fired because I was like, there's no ways they'll pop it in the east. They need playable area. And obviously, what do I know? Fired. That's it. I'm done. You are 100% right. This is a mean zone. Again, the amount of space that these teams have to play with is less and less. It's just forcing far more engagement so early on as well, which is good. This is what I said I wanted. Now I feel bad for everyone. Intruder Africa has just taken a leap right back into the lobby. This is going to get messy very fast.
Yeah, speaking about Messi, we have Impala being nearly center zone, so it is going to be somewhat of a city finish, but Thor not even going to be focusing on any of that, as the shots come through straight on towards Shadowin. And with that, the players from Umbra have now been reduced down to 2, as we see PRZ and Morteza making a quick dash, ready, getting themselves out of the blue zone. But now comes the challenge, right? Because we can see the path ahead of them moving into zone with a heavily congested Impala lying in wait. So ideally, maybe they'd be rotating a little bit further on towards that slight northern side, a little bit more on the true east of where the zone currently is. But, you know, up north, things are also looking pretty cray-cray, right? We've got the players here from Unique and Slime having a beautiful back and forth exchange with Storm trying to apply the pressure, while Plaza comes in swinging from the side with Slyke and Winky now feeling the pressure. But unfortunately, we don't see Chills and Scope being there to try and provide some of that additional and needed support coming in.
Slime was really clever. So you see how they had some members on one hill, the others on the second hill, and then there was a situation where Unique, specifically Winky, there was stuck in the valley. So you've just got two sides picking at you. You got to choose where you're going to shoot, but it doesn't really matter because there's someone else on the other end shooting at you as well. So that was a really good move from them. This is going to pretty much be what we're going to see for the rest of this game, is these quick, ugly fights as everyone tries to position themselves up nicely. It's going to get big. It's going to get messy. If you're a team and you're smart, you want to just wait so that you can jump in third party. Let people give up their positions. Look here, though, super young stars sitting in that valley. Blackjack Esports got the high ground advantage again. This is where it's dangerous, because if you're smart with your utilities, you can really just cause a little bit of chaos, set them all on fire, force them to move up into the road, and then pick them off because you're sitting in the buildings. And look, they've actually got teams on either side of them as well, so difficult for them. This is going to happen a lot with your rotations. A lot of teams are going to find themselves in these situations where they're kind of forced to stick in a valley, sit behind a vehicle, and hope that someone else gets rid of the team facing off against them. As I say that, it's what I said. Super young stars were stuck. They just had nowhere to go. The moment they picked up, there were two teams on either side that were going to see them.
Yeah, that's almost the epiphany of a rock in a hard place, right? But for this time, it was a truck in a hard place. So it's almost there. It's just Miramar lingo, but, you know, whatever. The team's now looking onto that zone, taking a bit of a swing, going towards that more northwestern side. So this is a good position, particularly coming through for Darkness, as they have possession of the compound on that eastern side. But, Sam, it's going to be absolutely crazy with the amount of congestion coming in now from the southern side.
I want to take a look at that, but also SWAT 69 going out to the zone. So they'll be finishing on 0 points. That is not something you want when you're sitting on the bottom of the table. Curious as to how that happened as well. Lots of congestion in the south. You're 100% right. I think there'll be a little bit of drama in the north as well at some point, but the battles are going to be here as all of these teams try to get themselves in. Look at that, Umbra gone as well. If you're set up nicely, if you're a G3 on the edge there, you can see them. They've got themselves in a position where they can just stop picking off teams trying to rotate in.
Yeah, it is going to be down to what the positioning will allow coming through for the teams. Of course, Virtual now finding themselves in quite the predicament here. They've got 1 million pushing in from the one side. They've got Blackjack applying pressure from the other, and not a lot of options for them to go. They have to either rotate towards Blackjack or rotate towards Virtual. There's not going to be, or I mean rather 1 million, there's not going to be many other options really for them, as, you know, they've got that blue zone also hard on their heels. But Reverb, however, is going to be looking to just come in swinging there, finding a few hits in the direction of Virtual. But, oh, it is looking quite devastating now, as Virtual is taking several hits from both 1 million and Blackjack.
Again, like I said, look where they're stuck in the valleys. You can use your utilities really well here if you've got a little bit of a high ground advantage. Blackjack is sitting in the valley, but they've been able to peek them out a little bit. I think that they did a far better job at spotting. And that makes it really difficult for Virtual, because now the only way out is to face off against them. So using the vehicles as coverage, but it's not really enough. I'm curious to see how this plays out, though, because G3 will probably have eyes on that battle and see what's going down as well.
Yeah, they could definitely do exactly that. Of course, Unique now having to pack their bags as they too make their way back into the lobby. So the Northern fights still looking a little bit on the challenging side, as we see Lusail, Slime going at it once again. Not only do they fight on Erangel, but they also fight on Miramar. But now, Watson getting caught down in that ball. Aimer looking to push a little bit further forward. Could just come in with a little bit of that, how you doing? But now, it's down to those riches, those nades getting cooked up. Off they go. Oh, is that one got to work? Watson feeling a few of those stings. Just tickling away. But Boyka with a good off-angle position. Oh, but that one does it as Watson falls right on down. And now Boyka wanted. Both of them have to make a decision here. Are they going to try and stick around and kind of conclude this engagement with Slime? Or will they start to prioritize their positioning? As we know, the next zone about to pop on through Wanted, at least for the time being, is going to be trying to pick up those hits. As we can see, Zeus now being forced behind the vehicle, but up comes Cryptics rolling in right behind them. So it is going to be a super uncomfortable position for both Slime and Lusail, as they now have to deal with Cryptics as well.
The zone that's just popped is of no benefit to every single team is now in a situation where they're going to have to move in, which is going to make this really tough, because you're all moving at the same time. You're all going to see each other, and we're going to have these standoffs. Look at all of these teams that you see there on that bigger look there. They're all sort of using the valleys and the rocks to hide themselves, but in order to move, they're all going to have to get out of there. And to get out means you need to show off where you are. So this is going to be interesting. I like Cryptic's use of utils here. I'm a bit like, they've done a really good job of, look at that, take out Slime. There were lots of bombs and bullets, but I do think the utilities worked in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Cryptics, they're a scary team. Once they start building momentum, there's not much that can really stop any of those advances coming through, particularly looking to see that they are also now rolling up from that northern rotation. And with that, the shots come in. Lusail getting sent on back. So this could also be quite the favorable performance coming through from Cryptics, as we already see them sitting on 9 eliminations. But I want to point out, Triple Esports, they're still alive, Sam. Sitting on 6 eliminations. Yes, they're down to AWM, but they are still in it, right? Top 6, good placement points being awarded now alongside the 6 eliminations that they've already been able to find. So this is, again, another good performance coming in from them. And, I mean, this is where I'm starting to get a little bit worried about Intruder, SWAT, and Mad Knight.
I agree with you. I just think that they take early engagements. If AWM can just keep himself alive, let all these teams fight it out. They're all rotating in. It's going to be a bit of chaos. Just keep hidden. Stay out of the stress. Wait till the final 3. Don't make this your problem. Let everyone just battle, which is exactly what's happening, because they're in close quarters now. There's not a lot of space to bunker down. You can see everyone's trying to figure out where they want to be, but we're going to have a really close battle between the final 6.
All right, so now the shots finding their way on in. Dexter managing to pick up a beautiful elimination there. Blackjack making their way back in towards the lobby, as we can see the rest of the squad there from 1 million now rotating up potentially towards where either Dexter is or going for a bit of a play up in towards the north. So a 3-1 split now being brought in here by the side of 1 million. Darkness, of course, now going to be hugging that mountain, as it does allow them quite a bit of a vantage point from there, but they got to be careful, because once this next zone pops, I hope for their part that they've got a way to kind of disengage from that position. But fortunately, it's not going to be too much of a drastic push. It is, however, going to be Cryptics and 1 million having to now make their way down in towards that zone once again. And we also just saw Triple Esports getting sent back into lobby. That was either in 5th or 6th place. So some good placement points being awarded to them alongside those 6 eliminations. But Sam, now it's G3 Darkness holding zone. It's going to be 1 million and Cryptics having to push in. Oof.
This is Darkness's game to lose. They've got the high ground advantage. They've got the best view of everyone. This is my favorite place to play on Miramar. They have everything they need to potentially win this. The question is, are they going to be able to?
Well, only time will tell, but so far it does seem like 1 million is going to be taking their aim onto the side there of Cryptics. You can see Senke, Lazy Boy both getting put down. And now Carry Boy also just quickly trying to pop into that vehicle, just trying to keep it at a safe distance. Marshall with a beautiful off angle, a little bit of a delayed rotation coming in there, and I do think that could be quite a big brain play coming in for them. As you can see, Marshall now starting to open up. Oh, coming in with that very surprised assault on towards Knight, but Knight now having a good idea of where Marshall could be situated. Now, being quite cautious, Marshall also just assessing those sounds, sends out a pinpoint accurate nade.
That was phenomenal.
But of course,
Phenomenal.
up goes Black last. Marshall, oh, will he be able to deal yet another devastating blow now?
Marshall's use of the nade there was just, it was gorgeous. Phenomenal, gorgeous. I was just so well done. Someone just pat him on the back. I don't know. Shake his hand for me. That's where I'm at. Really well played. Cryptics was also trying to get onto these cliffs, which is where Darkness was kind of set themselves up. I think Darkness has now moved around a little bit, still playing off the cliffs, but you can see Cryptics is trying to get the same spot because it is the best vantage point for this final game, just because everyone has to come to you and it's easy to pick them off. I just wonder if they realize that Darkness is just around the corner.
Yeah, quite a bit of enlightenment could be finding its way on towards them. But which way it's going to go, we don't know just yet. We do, however, see Dexter just holding up right in front of Carry Boy there, just trying to potentially outlast the carnage and the barrage of utilities. Also, G3 now quieting down on the approach, right? We see them down to 2. It is going to be 6, and Flacco holding on to that southern position. And I do think they are just waiting to see where this next zone is going to be popping into, but they do have a lot of hard cover to really move up quite dynamically through the available space there. And as we can see, that zone taking a little bit of a shift over on towards the west once again. And this is where it's going to be carnage, because no one is in zone. Everyone has to now rotate out.
The problem is G3, when they rotate out, is going to get spotted by either Darkness or Cryptic. Darkness and Cryptic can kind of just watch everyone move as they move. They can wait till the bitter end and pick off teams as they try and get into the zone. So this is going to be very curious to watch. I don't know if that's the case or if Darkness is going to attempt to move. As I said, that you can see exactly what has happened there. 1 million has obviously been taken out. It looks like Darkness has decided, you know what, it's not worth sticking this out. We're going to move, and we're going to move fast. Cryptics, though, choosing to stick it out a little bit longer. So we'll see now which was the big brain play.
Well, yeah, it could either swing in favor of Cryptics or it could swing in favor of Darkness. Who knows? It could even swing in favor of G3, seeing that that is our final 3 remaining teams. Darkness, however, looking pretty strong with regards to their numbers, but I don't see a lot of those angles really pointing towards Cryptics just yet. So they are, however, focusing on towards G3, and the same coming in from Cryptics, as we can see Carry Boy trying to pick up that trade-off towards Flacco there. Six guard also just trying to play this one quite cautiously, but I'm worried that Darkness is not looking behind them, as we know Cryptics are positioned right there, and of course Lazy Boy is going to be cooking up the first of several nades that could be finding its way right towards Darkness now. Cryptics
has made a decision to move off that high ground. I think they've decided to to start the shift. They realized they have to. Using some utils to try clear out darkness. Didn't quite get the touch on target that they wanted. I wonder if the next one's going to do just that. Let's see. Doesn't do any. Oh, does a little bit of damage. There we go. Nicely done. Marshall can jump down now. Takes the shot. Is this going to be an opportunity for them? Nicely done, Cryptics.
Oh, such a beautiful play coming through from the side of Cryptics, but I am worried for Darkness because they didn't seem to be paying too much attention to that northern position, and Cryptics now just capitalizing on that. As you can see, Tornado, Manuel both getting knocked right on down. It turns to Moment. Flacco also getting traded off, but down. It is now to the final remaining hopeful for Darkness, G3. Also feeling the grunt of the carnage as they now have to pack their bags and make their way back in towards the lobby. Moment trying to raise up the team in a very exposed position. The utilities come out. Oh, and with that, the hits continue to fly. The final blow now about to be dealt here, and it is going to be the end of the road. Moment quickly managing to recover a little bit of health, but it was inevitable. Cryptic stepped up, took that winner chicken dinner again. A very, very satisfying performance coming in from the side of Cryptics.
Satisfying. It's a fantastic performance coming in from the side of Cryptics. Let's talk about the moment that they won that game. It was the moment that Darkness chose to remove themselves from the cliffs and move down. Obviously, they needed to rotate into the circle. Cryptics chose to stay up there late. And you remember I mentioned that big brain play. I was like, this is whose favor is this going to work in? Worked in Cryptic's favor. Darkness moved down. Cryptic saw where they were, was able to set that up. You saw that attack, that beautiful nade into the shed, was able to start attacking players, dropping them. G3, not 100% sure what was going on, didn't see a lot, but Darkness, Cryptics kept some members on the cliff in the interim as well, so they could see the G3 movements. And that was honestly the decision to stay on the cliffs for as long as they did, in my opinion, won them that game. Phenomenal performance, phenomenal plays, and of course they are the top team at the moment for PMPL Africa with points, and they just showed why.
Yeah, I have to say, I have to agree with you. It was a really fantastic performance coming in there from Cryptics. Just the way that they played the high ground and played their position, it was beautiful to see. But I would have liked to see Darkness put a little bit more awareness in that northern direction, because when we looked at them, they were focusing solely on the approach coming through from G3. And I do think that was kind of the downfall. Had they utilized their numbers, but also their positioning to scout in as many directions as they could, just bringing in that situational awareness, I do think things could have taken a little bit of a different turn there at the very, very end. But, you know, it's all locked in. It is what it is. What has happened, and the cookie has crumbled. Of course, G3 walking away with that beautiful winner chicken dinner, adding on to that, and that now being their 6th chicken. So we see 4 of our teams, the top 4 teams, all of them sitting on 6 chicken dinners each.
Do you think that Darkness, I mean, I'm going to go back to this because it's curious for me. Do you think Darkness knew Cryptics was behind them on the cliffs?
I'm not 100% sure. We might get a little bit of a better idea having a look at a few of the highlights. So let's hop straight on in and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
I was really impressed that I actually don't think Darkness knew that Cryptics was behind them on the cliffs. I think that they thought Cryptics was in another position, which gave Cryptics the upper hand and ultimately won them the chicken dinner. But we'll have to speak to the teams to find out because at the moment we're just guessing.
Yeah, it does seem like Darkness wasn't fully aware of that northern position, but of course, c'est la vie. Let's hop into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring on through. And well, we make our way straight over in towards the overall rankings. We can see Cryptics sitting right there, still at the very, 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 very top. Now just increasing the lead on second place by over 100 points, 103 points ahead of second place. That is just disgustingly crazy seeing that play. Already those 6 chicken dinners for the top 4 teams as well. That is also just pretty insane. Umbra close to break up into 300, 5 points away from that position. As we look over on the second page, it is still very much neck in neck, at least between that 12th position and then, of course, from where we see Intruder. But Intruder having a little bit of a challenging time bringing in the required amount of points to really get that jump ahead of Master Esports and, of course, YONKOUS as well.
I think what Virtual Gaming's done is really good. They've added quite a big buffer between themselves and Masters. Masters and YONKOUS now competing this weekend, so they're going to be watching very closely that some of the other teams don't move up. I think Virtual Gaming making sure that they have a bit of a buffer is going to potentially secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. That's at this moment in time, I'd argue that position 14, 15, and 16 is up for grabs if you are looking to make your way into finals. I think Virtual's possibly done just enough to make sure the buffer is big enough. But if you look on this side, these are the teams that we're watching because these are the teams that really want to get in. Triple Esports, 134 points. Still not enough, but if they continue with the consistency we've seen, it may actually be just enough for them to push into the top 16.
Yeah, that is definitely something I think that could be a possibility for them, because Triple Esports really doing quite a bit of work here today, right? They've really been getting down to business, and if we look at the points being brought in from them in the match, we see they came in with those 12 grand total points. Of course, Cryptics just being absolute beasts once again, right? It is so satisfying to see that, but it's not even surprising anymore, right? Cryptics dropping a 30 bomb once again, 17 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. Insane stuff. But also the efforts being put in by Darkness. Yes, they made it up into that second position, walking away with those 6 eliminations and a grand total of 18 points to accompany that.
This is really impressive from Cryptics. Obviously, you've got a chance to watch them through all the super weekends. This was my first Cryptics winner chicken dinner. So first time I got to see them really pop off. We're talking a lot about the top there, but look at the bottom. This is not good for Intruder, Mad Knights, and SWAT69. They all walk away with 0 points from that game. These are teams that desperately need the points. So any game where they finish with nothing it's not good, DK.
Yeah, because that only means the amount of points that they will have to try and acquire in the coming games just gets so much more. We know starting off the day that SWAT had, for instance, to look towards at least 14 points per match for them to try and catch up with the position we see YONKOUS and Master Esports sitting in. But now with, not a lot happening, they're running out of matches. We've already concluded 2 of those, so the amount of points that they'll have to bring in is going higher and higher, and I don't know whether or not they'll be able to consistently get, an absolutely insane amount of points. It is, however, my opinion, going to be super challenging coming in there from them. But, we also, speaking about something that is, however, not challenging, is Oppo, right? So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for the PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, Miramar, done and dusted. It was beautiful, and at least you got to see what Cryptics does when they step onto Miramar and things just work out beautifully for them. But of course, we've got 3 more matches to go, right? Next up, heading straight over in towards Erangel once again. I'm curious, do you think we are going to be seeing a little bit of a change up coming through into that?
Nope, I think everyone's going to play it exactly the same because there's too much on the line not to.
Well, there you have it. Of course, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split for 2022, Day 2. And of course, we are heading into our third match. Already we've seen the players from G3 and of course Cryptics coming in with their respective winner chicken dinners, with Cryptics on an absolute runaway again. 17 eliminations to their name. Just such a beautiful play coming in from them once again. But now, as we make our way towards Erangel, it is time to see what team will now step up to the challenge and potentially be picking up one of these winner chicken dinners. But before we go anywhere, of course, we got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Sam, match 3, second Erangel of the day. Where would you not want the map to go, the zone to go?
Not military, DK. Look, she can be taught, right? She can be taught.
There we go. I have to agree with you on that one. And I mean, looking at the flight path, that could be a bit of a potential play coming in with the zone not going down to military base. Of course, we are starting all the way up in towards the north. You can see the lovely shooting range just down below. So that means we are heading directly down south, and almost a beautiful cut coming through that center zone. Of course, Pachinki being crossed over there as well. But this time around, I want to see where Mad Knight is going to be going. Will we see them drop Pachinki once again with a bit of that potential congestion or, you know, sweaty action coming into them? Or will they have the entirety of Pachinki all to their very lonesome? But I want to see, in all honesty, Intruder, SWAT, and Mad Knight play for the long game in this match.
Agreed. We're not here for a fun time. We need to be here for a long time. And they need to be singing that in their head the whole way through.
Yeah, that's some good truth. You know, some deep facts.
Deep facts.
Right there.
Not here for a fun time, here for a long time. I just swapped a very popular party saying around, but I'll take it. Deep facts, DK. That's,
yes.
You make me sound way smarter than I am, and I'm okay with that. I'm trying to get a feel for... There's already a little bit of an early fight happening there, not between the teams I was worried about. Mad Knight seems to have stayed away from any drama, already in their vehicles. Who is having that fight over there? Oh, yes! Thank
so disappointing.
You, PUBG Mobile Gods. DK might have been right. Look at that.
Yeah, you see, if you do this long enough, you figure it out, right? So you just got to say what you don't want, and that's what you get. So, well... We've got a southern zone. We have been blessed with some beautiful southern action coming through. But yeah, this is where a lot of the grind will now need to be put in by the teams. We can see already Super Young Stars and Intruder making their way into their usual kind of position on towards that more southern approach. And across the board, it does seem like the teams have gone to the kind of usual locations, right? Even Blackjack all the way up in towards Zaki. Nothing out of the ordinary. Cryptics, of course, South George. But we do have a little bit of a pressure potential play over on towards that Eastern Bridge, with 1 million dropping down alongside G3 and now looking to get back up in towards Malta.
G3 normally, what we saw yesterday was them dropping down onto military. So I'm surprised that they're a similar sort of spot, but they chose to go straight to the island, choosing not to do that. They're going to have to cross the bridge. I would worry a little bit about that. I think that there might be a little bit of a fight about to happen down that side, though, based on where we see the teams all dropping.
Well, there definitely could be. But speaking about fighting, right, we'd like to see more teams fighting things out. Of course, as we can see on screen, the 2022 PMCO spring registration is open and it closes on the 13th of April. So be sure to get your squad. Click on the link in the pinned message in the live chat. Go ahead, register your squad, and potentially we could see you making your way right here into the PMPL in the future. But speaking about future, it is going to be a potential dark future coming in now for 1 million, as we see G3 now full sending their way on towards Black Lost.
This is exactly the fight that I said we were going to see just before I mentioned there was going to be an altercation. This is the one that we were seeing. G3 is very aggressive, so you don't really want to fight them in the early game. And I think that 1 million is about to head on way back to the lobby once the fire dies down. I think G3 will just get upstairs and finish them off. This is not nice for 1 million. This is not a nice way to start the day. You've got a teammate trying to come in that side, trying to see if he can rescue his team. If I was him, I would move away. I wouldn't even try rescue. They're all gone. Do yourself a favor. Run away. E-Flex, run away, or go back to the lobby. I mean, that was obviously the decision you made.
Yeah. I mean, it was a tough decision to make. So either award those points to G3 or award those points to Intruder, just waiting on the opposite end of that bridge.
Or
and
don't cross the bridge. Just, you know, your teammates have just told you they're all dead. Don't try go fight. Don't avenge them. They're gone. Save yourself, friend. Save yourself.
Well, at least it's not devastating for 1 million. We know they are currently situated up in towards 8th place with 274 points. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world for them, right? But we are now looking on our teams that are still looking to secure their position up in towards top 16 to play a much more strategic approach. We can see at the top of the screen, Virtual sitting on 195. We've got Intruder sitting on 142. They are still 20 points, you know, about 20 points away from catching up to potentially YONKOUS and then, of course, also the players there from Master Esports. But I'm pretty sure that Masters and YONKOUS are breathing a slight sigh of relief, at least for now.
At least for now. I'm curious if Darkness once again knows that G3 is breathing right down their neck in the little kerfuffle that they're going to have very soon. But we actually are now focusing on Slime. They're just running around trying to loot as much as they can, figure out where they want to go. For now, it's just teams, I think, trying to get as much gear as they can and then waiting potentially to see if they need to start getting onto the island itself or if they can stay on the mainland.
Yeah, and another team that I'd like to see a good play from still is going to be Umbra, right? We want to see those chickens come in.
I've given up. I gave up. DK.
No. I am consistently asking all the, like, without fail, every day, please, Umbra, chicken. Chicken, please.
I've got another word. Let's just make these like Tickle's words of wisdom. So the other one was stay for a long time, not a fun time. This one is no expectations, no disappointments. So sorry, Umbra, no more expectations from me. You can't disappoint me if I don't expect it. And if you get it, then I'll be really excited. So everyone wins, in my opinion.
Maybe we should try that reverse psychology, right? Because we just pulled it off with the zone.
Exactly,
right?
that's what I'm doing now. It's my new game plan.
Yeah. Okay, so Umbra, you know the strategy that we are trying here. We mean this with the best of intentions.
Don't defend it. Don't defend it. No expectations. No disappointments.
Just give us some PUBGing. That's all we want.
There we go. PUBGing. Let's PUBG. Let's PUBG. And also, while we're doing some PUBG, we're going to add a little bit of sim racing to the mix because this is my favorite. There we go. Lusail just giving us a little room around the track. I like a little additional sim racing added to my PUBGing.
Yeah.
It's a very nice
I mean,
car.
it's almost as satisfying as IRL, but you know, like it kind of.
It's not satisfying. It's not nearly as satisfying as IRL. But okay, fast cars in real life are better. But it's all right.
Yeah.
It's okay, DK. I'll give you that. If you think
fast bikes are better. Fast bikes are better.
I've explained my situation with bikes, but look at this: Triple Esports and Mad Knights both driving out. Don't fight with one another right now. And Intruders and G3 also battling. They've kind of got this weird battle happening right on the bridge of military. So I think that they're just fighting for that space now. That could get a little bit messy for them very soon. Unique here also just, I mean, this is the battle I'm talking about. Both of these teams want to own this bridge because they know that if the circle shifts south, this is the prime spot to get some elimination points, right? So you kind of, this is a fight for ownership more than anything else, in my opinion.
But for Intruder, it's also a fight for points because we know they are chasing points. They are trying to get out of 16th place and push into like 14th, 15th position. And one way that they could look to accomplish that is by potentially trying to deal with this threat coming through from G3 and, you know, claiming the bridge as their own. But, ooh, there we go. That side of the bridge now being utilized. We don't really see that happening all too often since the new addition came into these bridges. But, you know, Intruder could potentially maybe find a good angle on this. We can see those nades getting sent out. Boom! She goes right onto Buden. Flacco also getting picked up along the way. Beautifully sent nade coming in there from Weiss. And now all the pressure turns to Nacho. But this is when Intruder wants to tell Nacho that you know, this is Nacho Bridge.
Can we
But of
just
course,
talk?
Nacho gets that.
Can we just talk about how smart Intruder played that? The way that they set that up, they knew exactly what they planned to do and how they planned to dominate on this space. So good job on them. It looks like we've lost a team. Zero Tolerance is out. They are gone. The second one of today. And G3, one member standing, could be the third team to leave us.
It's a possibility, definitely. And now, also, Triple Esports are going to be looking to farm a few more points, but they're going up against the side of Cryptics, and it's going to be a challenge. It's not an impossibility, but it's going to be a challenge. They have to stay super attentive of everything and all these potential angles. But of course, ideally, we'd like to see them now get their butts in zone, because there's only 30 seconds or so remaining on the clock. The pressure is going to start mounting, and we know prioritizing the rotations is sometimes a little bit more favorable than trying to get into any of these engagements, especially as we see Cryptics now just leapfrogging their way forward here.
It's going to be some ugly fights as everyone tries to get onto island, because Umbra's pretty much holding the one bridge. Intruder has the other. I'm not sure if they're going to leave that. If they were smart, they would hold it, because everyone is trying to get in. It's going to give them the perfect opportunity to get some elimination points, pick them off. So these rotations are going to be super important, because everyone's going to be coming into the same space at the same time and is going to have to fight it out.
Let's see what Cryptics will bring. We've got Lazy Boy just trying to peek those windows from Mar. Feeling the pressure starting to mount. Of course, the blue zone would be bringing in its own pressure as it is starting to close on through. From Mar now trying to just outlast the potential onslaught coming through. As you see Marshall, Lazy Boy, Senke, Carry Boy, all of them now getting ready to breach that top story. The flames now just quickly dying down, but up comes the rush. Down it goes from Mar. Senke with an absolutely beautiful nade getting sent in. And now it turns to the rest of the team, right? It's up to Thor and Master. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. They are now instead choosing to rotate away instead of trying to stick around and taking the fight with Cryptics.
They need to disengage, because they need placement points more than they need elimination points right now. And to get placement points, you have to survive a little bit longer. So smart move from them just to say, you know what, boys, you proved that you proved that that's your space. You can have it. We're out.
Now, of course, the fighting continues up north as well. Virtual Gaming, Slime, fighting for controlling position up in towards Malta, as the current position of zone does allow them to stay here for a little while longer. But that could all be changing once this next zone pops up once again. We do see a few teams now looking to move in towards that military base position as well. The rest of the lobby pretty much committing to that southern island. But it is now the moment we wait to see what is going to be unfolding between the players here from Virtual and Slime. As we do have one shot now. Looking to move in a little bit closer. While Storm still just playing the kind of outside position here. That zone getting ready to pop. Where will it go? We don't know. But Cryptics could be running right up in towards Umbra as the zone now takes a shift on towards that Sosnovka military base.
It's what I wanted. It's what I got. I'm happy. I have nothing to add. This is perfect PUBG Mobile for me. Chaos is about to ensue. I cannot wait.
Well, we won't have to wait too long, as the players here from Intruder now just keeping a very watchful eye on the potential advances coming through from Blackjack. As we can see, it is going to be MG and Lelouch holding up right here on the edge of zone. Meanwhile, Umbra and Cryptics are going to be fighting for control of the bridge. They've got about 20 seconds or so left on the clock before that blue zone starts moving up once again. And that will not make the situation any easier. Of course, Cryptics now being forced into the vehicles, just trying to play a little bit of that hard cover. Senke quite cautious with the approaches there. Marshall also just trying to play these angles, but wasted. Actually now getting spotted. Senke, Marshall, Lazy Boy, slow but steady approach as they try and push their way further into zone.
This will be interesting. I think that they both, Cryptics and Umbra, both know that the other person, the other team is there. It's who's going to make the first move. As I say, that G3 is out. Third team to leave us today. That's a surprise after their chicken dinner in their third place earlier on in the day. They won't be happy with that. Umbra's now going to try and take their shots. Shadow knows that they're there, wants to see if he can get at least one of the members down.
Oh, very, very challenging position. That blue zone not doing them any justice, as we can see. The players now from Mad Knight also coming in with a very delayed rotation. I mean, we can see what is up ahead, right? But I'm not quite sure which way or what approach they are going to be trying to take, as we do see Beast now getting sent back. It is up to the rest of the squad to try and find a way to get across. Ideally, maybe a rotation towards that eastern side would not be too outlandish. But this is a rather brave approach. We can see Morteza up on the bridge, cooking up the nades, looking for that angle on towards Marshall. As Senge is about to fall. Marshall's health also not looking too great. Beautiful bounce coming through there as Morteza dials that second nade in, getting the confirmation as well. And with that, Cryptics now making the way back in towards the lobby. But it's still going to be quite the worrying position coming through for the players of Mad Knight.
I do think Umbra needs to move. I understand why they were staying there. It's a little bit of elimination point hunting, but they need to move with the zone closing in the way it is. And if they move, it'll give Mad Knight space. Saying that though, I wonder if Umbra is going to attempt to wait it out so they can take out Mad Knights. You can see on the complete other side, same situation on these bridges. There's teams that are here knowing that they can get a little bit of a points buffer or boost, if you like, if they just wait for those teams that left their rotations late and are now trying to come across the bridge. Don't really have another option, right? This is you're gonna have to fight it out, and it comes down to who just has the upper hand advantage, and it is going to be the team that was on the bridge first.
Yeah, and well, of course, they need to try and conclude these fights as swiftly as they can. As we know, Blue Zone hammering away at the health bars, but so is One Shot over on towards the side there of Slime, trying to pick up those eliminations. Lusail now having to pack their bags as the damage is just way too much. It is also now for Slime down to Zeus and Aimer. I'm not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to make it back into zone successfully. Meanwhile, down on towards that military base position in the zone, or rather on the edge, we see the players here from SWAT 69 and Unique now coming into a little bit of an altercation here, but a 2-2 split now being brought in by the side of Unique. We see Winky and Slyke on the more northern side, with the rest of the squad positioned elsewhere. And this could be quite the favorable play now, potentially brewing here for Unique. But they need to try and find a few of those eliminations onto SWAT, as we can see. SWAT 69 now starting to sneak their way on in, but looking up in military base, it's not going to be an easy position to hold.
Have I told you how much I love military circles yet? Have I said it? Have I said it out loud?
Never.
Oh, this is just my favorite type of PUBG, which is not fair. Virtual gaming, they're saying goodbye now as well. Look how quickly these teams just go down, because it is so difficult just to get into the space. For the most part, everyone is finding their way in. The rotations are working, but there are certain teams that are just positioned in a far better spot. So it is gonna, I think, come down to who got themselves set up as nice as they can. But look at just from Intruder where they're sitting. They've got 6 elimination points. That's going to be really good for them. They needed this desperately. And if they can stick it out, this might just be for them. Some teams just nail the military circles. I'm starting to wonder if Intruder's one of them.
Yeah, it could potentially be. I mean, so far, I gotta agree. 6 eliminations looking pretty good. The numbers, not too fantastic, but it's not the end of the world. As we can see, that rotation now quickly coming through. It is going to be a little bit of a risky play, as we have Darkness also rather well established on towards that more southern side. We can see a very split up approach, but that is great for them because they've got a controlling position coming in on that southeastern side. So no one really there to contest that position. And Whiskey now trying to apply a bit of pressure onto Weiss and Rauf here, with Manuel also just there for some of that moral support. But it is going to be a tricky play now for Intruder. We see Blue Zone closing on in. They don't have many options with regards to that positioning. So they have to try and find a way, but they got to be careful because Blackjack also just waiting in the wings. So a lot of challenging rotations now being forced onto the teams. And of course, Intruder now opting for the ball. And again, not the worst decision, but now they're going to have to be at their wits, because we can see Lelouch also looking to just sneak up from that western side.
This is going to be a really interesting final battle between all of these teams, and I think that it's going to be pretty open. They're for the most part, they're all in decent enough positions that they could claim this one themselves. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. It's going to come down to a smart strategy and making sure that you are communicating as best as you possibly can with your teammates.
Well, one bit of communication that is going to be a little bit more alleviated with regards to pressure could potentially be where we see Blackjack and of course Unique, both of them being slightly favored by the current position of that zone. But it's also now going to come down to what the rest of these rotations will bring on through. Intruder now looking to stick it to the side of Darkness, as Darkness wants to make their push coming into zone. We also see Kingerman there from Mad Knight, positioned all the way on that far southern side, playing a very cautious game for the time being. But now, Darkness looking to rush on forward. Will they get the jump on Intruder, as they do have the numbers advantage? But will those positions work out? Raouf now comes lasering through on towards Tornado. 1 down, 3 more to go. Momin and Manuel, the next 2 potential contenders. Weiss also getting traded off as Whiskey rolls on in. Oh, but will this now be the play for Raouf? A 1v3 push. It's all going to come down to prioritizing and positioning. Raouf's health bar also not looking too fantastic. Whiskey could be quite a bit of a threat coming in from that northern side, and with that it is the confirmation as Raouf gets traded off, and down they go. Intruder making their way back into the lobby, at least walking away with 7 points on the board, so still a good effort being brought in. But now Darkness are going to be facing a little bit of a challenge, because Blackjack just lying in wait, looking to see which way around they are looking to push into the zone.
The problem with this zone is that it's going to be a very open playing field towards the end of this. So a lot of these teams are going to have to play out in the open. I wonder if the safer bet is to stick to the edge as much as you possibly can. Blackjacks is just annihilating Darkness right now, though, as I say that.
Some great shooting coming through here. And of course, it is now down to Momin. Looking to find a quick escape. Just trying to make their way down the hill. But again, not a lot of options remain, because we got a lot of these positions already occupied by several teams. And Momin now opting to use the vehicle as hard cover, but it is going to be quite a challenge, not only for Momin, but also the recoil control coming through here from Lelouch. But fortunately, the shots come through, and with that, it is going to be end of the road for Darkness. Also, we did see the players there from Mad Knight making their way back into the lobby, down to only 5 remaining teams now. Unique holding on towards that western side. We see the players here from Super Young Stars still trying to get themselves situated within the zone, with Chala about to make it into the safe playable area. But the pressure is going to be on, because SWAT69 also looking relatively good. They still have all 4 players up. They've got a decent positioning, but now it's down to what that rotation will bring on through, because there's a lot of pressure now being applied by Unique and the Super Young Stars, as well as Blackjack.
Can Umbra win a chicken dinner when they've only got 2 players standing and everyone else came in with a 4-team squad?
They could, because, well, I don't see why not, but it's all going to come down to how these positions work out. Of course, now we see Joker rushing on forward onto Unique. But a quick response coming through, as you can see those heads now just lasering in. Wow, beautiful exchange back and forth. Unique and Super Young Stars now down to 1 and 2. But with that, it is going to be the end of the road for Unique, as that the damage just is way too much for them to cope with too comfortably. And now Blackjack looking pretty golden, sitting on a full squad over on towards that eastern side of the zone. A little bit of high ground also working out in their favor. And this is where things are going to get quite challenging now for SWAT69 and the Super Young Stars.
I'm surprised that Blackjacks didn't jump in there and get into that third party that fight. They were so close by. They must have heard the bullet shots. They must have known it was going on. I would have gone in there just to take them out. Okay, so Blackjacks is actually going to choose to just stick out where they are. I suppose it is, like you said, it's a high ground advantage, so maybe that was why the decision was not to get into the fight and potentially damage themselves or lose their position. This is a very interesting final battle. I'm curious if Umbra sticks it out, keeps their 2 players alive, and just stays out of any drama. I think that they may be able to do some serious damage. They've just got to let everyone else fight it out in the interim.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the main thing for them. Of course, now we see we are down to 3 as SWAT also now makes their way back in towards the lobby. The shots there from MG just really making it so challenging for SWAT to have a good consistent play coming into this last few zones. And now Morteza, kind of breaking the veil of secrecy there, trying to get the shots up in towards the players there from the Super Young Stars. But this is now the great opportunity for Lelouch to come in and just make it difficult for Wasted to stay hidden behind that vehicle. But up comes Super Young Stars as well with a little bit of an advance. Chala taking several hits. Down goes Boy. Come on. Oh, Blackjack. This could be a beautiful play. Lashin super low on the health bar. Could this be a steal coming through from Umbra? Morteza cooking up the nade. Looking to send it out. Will it reach all the way across? Oh, it's going to be close. Will this be the one? Oh, Lashin just now trying to find a good position. Oh, runs up into the nades. Will this be the call? Oh, the hits continuing to fly through. Morteza not being able to find that last blow. But that is a nice saving grace now coming through there for Lashin as they get a quick opportunity to reset. The shots continue to fly in now as Blackjack also moves in to this hot and heated situation. Umbra down to Morteza. And this is going to be an absolutely essential play coming through for Morteza. Blackjack, of course, also now down to 3. But up comes Reverb. Oh, nice play, Morteza. Oh! Hearing the noises, but does get traded off, and back they go. It is going to be Lashin from Super Young Stars up against Lelouch and Zane to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner.
Morteza played that incredibly well. It was just unfortunate, stuck right between those two teams, but the damage that he was able to do. And I actually thought he might be able to take that one. Unfortunately, Blackjack Esports knew where he was. They had more members. They could pick him off after he did that damage, but really good play from Team Umbra. Unfortunately, no chicken dinner for them.
Yeah, at least not in the third game. So they still hope.
No expectations, no expectations, no disappointments.
Yes. What am I saying? Stick to the script. Here we go.
Lashin
coming under fire. Ooh, Lashin just popping off there. But now it is going to be a 1v1 fight to the finish. Up comes Lelouch, finds the angles, and with that locks in the winner chicken dinner. Blackjack picking up their second chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, finishing off on 12 eliminations. Absolutely beautiful run coming through there from them. Well-deserved chicken, and that's what we want to see. More teams stepping up to the plate.
Impressive performance from them. I think they set themselves up really nicely. I do think that high ground advantage that they had at the start there when the final sort of zone popped, if you like, when everyone was rotating in, they kept that high ground advantage, made sure they stayed up there. I think I still made a call where I was like, I would move if I was them and go third party that fight. Clearly, it's a good thing they didn't listen to me because it paid off for them in the long run. They had a bird's eye view of everyone and were able to win that chicken dinner in the end.
Yeah, and of course, a very dominating performance coming through from them. But I also gotta say, I'm quite impressed with Lashin coming in. I mean, some beautiful plays being brought in there, some really good angles being utilized, and of course, being able to survive all the way into second position. A really satisfying and, great performance coming in there from them. And I'm pretty sure Super Young Stars will also not shy away from those points, because that could mean that we see them now breaking up into the 200-point territory. But yeah, Intruder also, they brought it in, right? We did see them trying to kind of last as long as they possibly could, making it, trying to secure as many points. And only time will tell whether or not this round paid off for them and how far they are going to be able to get in the remaining games here today.
I'm sure we'll get a chance to see those scoreboards a little bit later. Impressive play. Lashin was really good. I kind of wanted him to win. I was rooting for him. You always root for the underdog, right? In those situations. I thought he might have it there at the end as well. Really good play. It's also really difficult. I don't think people realize Morteza, Lashin, keeping yourself calm under pressure in those one-man firefights. That's tough, and it's the mark of a true professional who can do just that and can pop off when need be. So Lashin definitely did that. So high five to them.
Yeah, also got to commend Umbra again, getting super close to that chicken, but not making it all the way through. Unfortunately, positioning not really working out in their favor coming into those final few zones. But that is just the way cookies crumble, right? You can't have your bread buttered on both sides. Yeah, something like that. But c'est la vie. It is what it is. And of course, speaking about the action, let's hop into a few of the highlights from the past match.
We are now we're at the point where we're past the halfway mark for day 2 of the final Super Weekend, and this is where it gets quite serious for those teams that are sitting at the bottom of the log. Let's take a look at the match rankings now, and you'll see that some of them just did not get the necessary points that they needed, and they haven't had enough points to continue. But so obviously Blackjack Esports taking the winner chicken dinner, that's great. I think for Intruder Africa, they'll be really happy. SWAT 69 as well, but still, DK, if I'm honest, single digit points right now. It's past the halfway mark of Super Weekend. That you are going to have to start getting into the double digits if you want to make your way into the top 16.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And of course, not only just into the double digits, but well within those double digits. So there's a lot of pressure really riding on their shoulders. But if we look at a team like Triple Esports, for instance, that we know is also still chasing that top 16, it's okay, because they at least consistently bringing in points, and that is the main thing for them to be successful. And get themselves closer to top 16 is consistently adding on points. And we do see them also consistently sitting on that first page. Looking at second page, it was a little bit of a tough run coming in for Zero Tolerance and 1 million, as we saw. But, still some decent points being brought in. Cheese 3, Slime, Lusail, Mad Knight bringing in 3 points apiece. And Cryptics and Virtual Gaming also coming in with their 4 points apiece. And Mad Knight, yes, 3 points. That's not the number of points that you want to be bringing in at this point.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they hardly ever get placement points. I think that they should be very excited by the fact that they got 2 placement points. It makes a big change for them. Let's just shout them out when we can, DK. They've had a rough run of it. I'm very glad to see them with placement points. It's about time. Hopefully they can increase that number as we move on to Sanhok a little later.
You gotta stay optimistic moving in through this. And of course, let's now have a look at the overall rankings. Of course, Cryptics, yeah, it's insane what these guys are doing. 104-point lead on second place. That is absolutely that's like crazy stuff. And I mean, looking at the points, they are more than 200 points ahead of 10th place, right? Almost 200 points ahead of 9th place. So again, some ridiculous points being put on the board. I mean, that is a 180-point lead they have ahead of Slime. So insane numbers being put in there by them. But again, that top 4 looking pretty golden with their 6 chicken dinners under their belt. And Blackjack also now adding in their second one, looking to just showing that why they belong on the first page. And I do think that we might see a few surprising performances still coming in the final 2 remaining matches.
This is where where we need to pay attention, though, because this is the fight ultimately to get into the top 16. And remember, the top 16 teams that move out of Super Weekend will make it through to the finals of PMPL Africa, the first ever one we've had. So it is a big momentous occasion. Masters Esports and YONKOUS not playing, so they are having to focus on what everyone else is doing. Virtual Gaming has set themselves up really nicely. So I am going to now say that the only 3 spots up for grabs are 14, 15, and 16. I think it's fair to say that after the fact that we've moved past the halfway mark. So Masters Esports and YONKOUS on 167 and 164. Intruder sitting on 149. If they continue playing the way they've been playing, I think that there is a good chance that they could knock YONKOUS off. If we take a look, though, at the teams that are not in the 16 at the moment, is there an opportunity for one of them to maybe move into it? We'll have to have a look at that final page, but I'm starting to doubt if it is in fact possible. Triple Esports, 138 points. If they want to move into the top 16, they need to add, I would say, another 40 points to their total. Do you think that it is possible for them to do that?
If we look at the amount of games still left to go, I do think that it is definitely a possibility for them to do exactly that, right? Because we know there's still 7 games left. 2 today and then 5 tomorrow. So if Triple Esports consistently put points on the board, we could definitely see them making their way up in towards that top 16. We know the points that they are kind of chasing is either 164 or 167. And I think that is a little bit of a saving grace for the teams trying to chase that top 16, because having Masters and YONKOUS not here does keep that goal set, right? They don't have to try and increase their performance. They have a target and they can just focus their efforts onto achieving that. If we look over onto what we saw coming through for SWAT and Mad Knight, I can't really say. It's
I'm gonna say it's
really difficult.
Let me say it, DK, it's not difficult. They're not gonna make it.
Mm.
I just don't think in 7 games they're gonna be able to get the 160-point margin. I'm gonna say it, so you don't have to. So if I'm wrong later, it's okay. I don't have to come back. You're saved. There we go. I said it. I don't think SWAT 69 and Mad Knights is gonna make it through into the top 16.
It's unfortunate to see that that happening, but you know, at the end we can only take 16 teams into the final, and that would result in only the top 16 teams, you know, making their way in towards that. And I mean, that is a position that the teams have earned. They have grinded their butts off, bringing in those points super weekend after super weekend, just, you know, trying to push their positions on that leaderboard. So it is, at the end of the day, going to be worth the reward coming through for these teams. But we also want to hear what your opinion is. Let us know on social media. Please head on over to Facebook or Instagram. You can search for the PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa pages. Tell us what your thoughts are, and if you have any potential hopes for these teams coming through in what is left of our games for today. Of course, on that, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split. Fourth match about to make its way onto the battlefield. Third match already coming to a beautiful conclusion as we saw those winner chicken dinners making their way on in. But now it is time for us to head over into the jungle to get right down and sweaty for the teams moving into a little bit of that close quarter engagement. Now, Sam, what are you looking to see coming through in this one? And aside from a lot of PUBGing.
A lot of PUBGing. No, yeah, that's going to happen. Actually, you know what I really want to see today? Because we're halfway through the competition. We're halfway through the Super Weekend, right? It's the final Super Weekend. I would like to see a couple more aggressive players coming in on Sanhok. I think it's the one map where you can be very aggressive, go for elimination points versus, obviously not against placement points. You still want to get the placement points, but I think you have the ability on the smaller map to be a lot more aggressive. So what I'd like to see is teams from the get-go saying, you know what, we're coming in and we're going to fight this out right from the start. And if it doesn't work out for you, you've still got one more Erangel to fix it. So that's what I'd like to see. Whether or not I get that, though, is another story.
Yeah, story of our lives, right? All we can look is everything that we don't get. And now the teams making their way on through as everyone is about to just hop on in, showing us what it is that they've got and where they're going to go with regards to those positions. Of course, we're also going to be waiting to see what that first initial zone will be bringing along. As we know, on Sanhok, flight path, it doesn't matter all too much. The teams could pretty much reach to just about everywhere they would want to go, almost regardless of where the flight path is. It is going to be a little bit more challenging to get down to docks, but those positions are not going to be as essential as BKC zone, sitting a little bit more towards the northwestern side this time around.
What do you think of that zone, DK?
Oh, well, I mean, with having the trifecta in play, that is at times a point that is quite contested. So I got to say I'm happy with it. And also a little bit of a potential action coming into both Painan, Paradise, and Hatin once again. But also, it's PMCO stuff, right? We know the PMCO Springs registration for 2022 is open. It's going to be open until the 13th of April. So be sure rather to go get your registrations in. We'd love to not only see you guys in chat, but also see you on the battlefield. We want to see the teams stepping up, fighting it out, and looking to see who could potentially make it up in towards the next PMCO in the future. But now it is down to the teams fighting for control of those 3 points of contention. Paradise currently being on screen.
This is what it's all about, right? This is how Sanhok goes. Early aggression, early fights. Here we are. Super young stars are going to immediately get into the first engagement. This is what they want. We get that. This is what I love as well, if I'm honest, about Sanhok, because it was like I said, this is kind of what you want. So how is this going to play out? That is the question.
Yeah, and it's going to be a somewhat important play now coming in for both Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming, because they find themselves side by side, not only in Paradise, but also on the overall rankings, at least with regards to their positioning, not points, right? There's 16 points separating these two teams, so it could be a play for pride, right? Saying it's like, I was able to catch up with them by eliminating them and stopping any points coming in their direction. So we could see quite a bit of aggression coming in as that seems it is kind of the call here, right? We got the mollies getting sent over, several hits being dealt in both directions, and also Virtual Gaming already one player down.
One player down, and I think that Super Young Stars has the advantage here from where they're set up. They'll be able to see both of these players that they're currently on your screen as they move around. Hopefully Joker spots them, can call them out to his teammates, and they can take them down. Romana here hanging out in the back, but they've got that high ground advantage. This is a fun potential early battle if it goes down. As I say that, you can see that Darkness and SWAT69 are going at it as well. This is what we know about Sanhok. Someone's going to go down there. Looking at what we can see in the kill feed right now, I think that Darkness might be in a little bit of trouble. SWAT69 seems to be popping off. Super Young Stars, though, hasn't really made a move. Could it be now that they do just that? Are they able to cause some trouble here as well?
Well, they definitely have a potential angle on towards Virtual, but the same can be said for Virtual, right? As we can see, Joker getting knocked out there as one shot, sends out that beautiful nade, but Cronboy now coming through with a beautiful hit in retaliation on towards one shot. The rush coming forward. Oh, will they be able to hold the position, though? Down goes another player, and with that, super young stars wipe the floor with virtual gaming. But the action doesn't stop there as we hop straight up in towards Hatin. It is going to be Mad Knight once again up against Slime 4KT, fighting to see who will be the team to gain control of this position. But also, they're off to a little bit of that standoff once again.
Virtual gaming is going to be really disappointed with what just happened to them because obviously for them they wanted to get more points, as any team does, and that was quite an early removal, if you like. And that's unfortunately what happens when you choose to have these fights. Slime now and Mad Knights have got to fill each other out. I wonder how this is going to go. I'm going to be curious to see this. I do think on Sanhok, unfortunately, I know before I gave Mad Knights such a hard time about early engagements. This is Sanhok. You can't avoid them. So now they need to win this. That's what it's going to... What's going to really matter for Mad Knights, you need to win this. There's a chance for elimination points, and then there's obviously a chance for you to stay in the game, which you need because you need points.
Yeah, they need points, and they're going to have to try and push because they've got quite the deficit to try and make up for here. And I mean, looking at the position of where Slime is, they could do with another chicken coming their way, but they are definitely not in any dire need of points. They can just sit back, enjoy Sanhok, and have a good run on that. And we've been seeing
DK, this is
about
play. I'm gonna interrupt you. I've tried not to interrupt you at all, but now I am. Of course teams want more points. This is a pride thing, my friend. You want to finish at the top with all the points. You want to make sure that when you go into finals, you had the biggest points there was, because the biggest points are always the ones that scare everyone else. It's big match temperament, big points temperament. I'm playing with a word there. I'm playing with a word we shouldn't. Let's change the subject. Here's Team Umbra, and they are about to face off, it would seem, against Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, they got the first trade-off coming in. The next target now could potentially be Vortex, as we see positioned up ahead. And now all they got to do is roll through with the punches. That is going to be the play here. But Morteza finding themselves in a little bit of hot water alongside Dexter, Eflex, and the rest of the players coming through here from the side of 1 million. Dexter now just trying to creep up to that door without giving away too much information with regard to sound. A very challenging display here as Morteza now gets traded off. Dexter, quick to react, just sneaking up to the door and pouncing on them. Now Shadowin, the next one up, just looking to land a few hits on towards Knight there. But they got to be careful, because 1 million definitely playing a little bit more of a scattered approach. As we can see, PRZ now sending one over in the direction there of Dexter. Fortunately for Dexter, the hard cover working out quite favorably. But Umbra are trying their utmost to just get around. Finds a little bit of damage on towards Knight, but nothing too devastating just yet. We do see a quick repositioning coming in from the side there of Dexter. Umbra, Shadow now, trying to get a potential angle out the window with that. PRZ does find Black lost, so there we go. Beautiful trade off either side. 1 for 1. Now, Knight, Dexter, Eflex looking for the opening. Shadowin and the rest there of Umbra just holding their position, at least for the time being, in the compound.
Reasonably evenly matched, both down a player, and both kind of in a strong enough position to take it. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. 1 million Esports, to me, looking slightly more together as a unit and as a team, communicating possibly a bit better. Umbra, unfortunately, losing Morteza in... I just don't even think Morteza heard that player coming up behind him, which is going to be sitting heavy on them, because that is obviously their top fragger. Losing him so early is never fun.
Yeah, and with that, we see PRZ also now getting spotted and traded. And now it is down to Wasted and Shadowin to try and hold on to the advances coming through here from 1 million. Knight, of course, is going to be cooking up that nade, sending it through. Fortunately for Umbra, they are not on the receiving end of that just yet, but they have spotted Eflex looking to rotate up the exterior. Oh, the shots coming in. Will they be able to land those? Shadowin, Wasted trying everything, but that could have been a potential bait and switch now working out in favor for 1 million as they step up, landing the devastating blows and sending Umbra right back into the lobby.
They were just far more coordinated in that fight. We're communicating far better, I think. Obviously, who's ever calling for 1 million, I'd be curious to know who it is. Did a really good job of positioning everyone as best as they can and making sure that everyone knew where the opposition was, took them out. And you could see that communication in a team is really easy to see when you watch how they rotate and move around to battle. And I definitely would say 1 million Esports did a fantastic job there. Whoever their caller was, you probably need to give him a pat on the back because he won that fight for you.
I believe it's Dexter. I think Dexter is their IGL. So, yeah, shout out going over to the side there of 1 million and Dexter for the coordination. But of course, speaking about coordination, it is still a coordinated standoff coming in between Mad Knight and Slime 4KTs up in Hatin as we are 9 minutes deep and they're still here.
What are they doing? Just watching each other in this like weird, let's watch each other through the windows and smile every so often and wave. You know, if you live in an apartment and maybe you have an attractive neighbor across the way and you awkwardly stare out your window at them every so often and they stare back, but you're both too shy to say hello. Pretty sure there's a romance movie with that plot line. That's what I feel's happening here between Slime and 4K. They're just, I mean, Mad Knight, sorry. Slime and 4K. It's Slime 4K, but there you go. It's been a long day, friends. Slime 4K and Mad Knight's just, I don't know, giving each other googly eyes, but not really doing anything. Someone light something up. You have to make the first move. As I say that, there we go. Misses a little bit, but at least you tried.
Yeah, the idea was there, right? So they're keeping the romance up and
the romance, yes, because throwing mollies at one another is exactly the way to say I love you.
Yeah, I mean things are heating up. You know that is.
Oh,
I've got the hots for you. So out comes the molly.
DK, no. Oh, I thought we weren't getting. We actually haven't had a weird little dad joke pun vibe the whole day. I thought maybe you had stored them away for tomorrow, but alas, they've been released, and now we know once the barn gates are open, the horses will all run out. So prepare yourselves for more dad jokes. DK is ready. Do you write these down? Do you have them all planned? I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyway because it's funny.
No, it's all off the cuff. It's all spur of the moment stuff. But I actually think I should go back and start, just writing down everything I've said so far. Just over all the broadcasts.
You could release like a book.
Yeah.
The daddiest of dad jokes when you're playing PUBG Mobile. Try these in a lobby and see before someone starts raging at you. I think the Cryptics has actually got a really good spot there. I wonder if they're going to be able to spot the G3. Do they know that G3 is sitting in that group of huts there? Cryptics could pop them off quite well if they tried, if they knew. I don't know if they know. Oh, maybe they do. Look at this little snaky move from Marshall. I think they know exactly where G3 is. Naughty Cryptics.
Yeah, I think the element of surprise has been kind of lifted here, as we can see Marshall just trying to sneak on in. Marshall, however, I do think has a pretty good angle coming in here, but also we do see the players there from Lusail positioned atop the hill, just raining down chaos onto the side there of Cryptics. We have Intruder also in the mix, so a lot of action still to come as the teams are all finding themselves in pretty close proximity. But that's kind of the name of the game when on Sanhok, because we look at the positions here. We got Triple, Unique still having to push in from the south. We got Blackjack rotating up from that eastern side, but the zone also now getting ready to pop off once again, and it will be moving even further on towards that western island. So this is where Slime and Mad Knight finally decide to start the fight. There we go.
The first date has begun, and how is it going to go? How is this? Will there be a second date, or is it all going to be over very soon?
Well, if you ask me, it's off to a bit of a rocky start, because we see Zeus now getting confirmed on up, Beast about to get rezzed, and Storm just looking to find these angles. Storm moving up with that Vector. I mean, that is a beautiful weapon to use at CQC, but now Storm getting challenged as we see Zamo come rushing up the staircase. Oh, where will it go? Nowhere just yet. I mean, everyone just dodging bullets. It's like just a bit of a preemptive fight breaking out here, but already Storm now is going to be the last remaining hopeful for the side of Slime. As we can see, Plaza also now getting traded off. Aimer Currently bleeding out, but will this be the play now for Mad Knight? Because they got to act quickly, because there's going to be quite a large amount of teams potentially moving into the region and being within earshot of these engagements unfolding. And with that, Gingerman steps up to put a lid on it and sends Slime for KT right back into the lobby.
That is the perfect example of a toxic relationship. The moment one of them made the first move, the other one took them out. Mad Knights still get some points. So I can't believe I turned that into a romance story about two teams whose sole job is to remove one another with guns and bullets and bombs. But there you go. Fascinating conversation. Look at this. Lusail is spotted SWAT 69 now. These are going to be the similar engagements we see throughout Sanhok, right? It's just this opportunity for teams who come up on the high ground, realize that there's teams below them, and then figure out how they can get into a fight. Lusail on both sides, actually. So they now know that on either side, if they got a bit of a split going on, they do. They have a 2-2 split. So they've got two members who are scouting over up on the cliffs you saw there. And then they've got the other two members separated from them. That's interesting. Possibly just trying to figure out where everyone is sitting and then communicate back, DK.
And we see that hillside pincer play coming through potentially between Watson and is wasted or wanted and Watson. Wow, that's really close. But either way, if we look over onto the east, it is going to be the players here from G3 still trying to close things out, as they could potentially be looking to make their way up onto the high ground. Who knows? But they are taking aim towards the super young stars. All of that while at the same time just being below the players coming through from the side of Cryptics. So Cryptics on a very cautious overwatch, but bringing in a lot of trigger discipline. As we can see, Marshall also still just lying in the grass, has not really budged all too much. And I don't know if G3 knows that there's a snake in the grass.
I don't know if they know there's a snake, but I'm pretty sure if they find the snake, they'll flush it out relatively quickly, because there's a lot of them. And look at that. That's a bit of a nasty ending. Like, look where that zone has gone. What do you think about that?
Well, Triple with a good anticipation. They're coming through with their botation, but with regards for the rest of the teams, it's nasty, right? That is a really dirty shift coming through, particularly on a map like Sanhok. But now we're going to be seeing that mass migration as the teams come rushing forward. And of course, Super Young Stars just cleaning the floor there with G3. But this could now be a third-party opportunity for the players here from Cryptics to actually look to pounce. We can see Marshall quite hastily looking to retreat now, putting a little bit of distance on the opposite end, but also at the same time looking to see if they can line up any of those angles, as we do see Carry Boy also starting to encroach on this position.
I'm fascinated with whatever Super Young Stars had between the last Erangel and now. What they ate for breakfast doesn't matter. What they potentially had for dinner, because they really are popping off here in Sanhok. It seems to work for them. Like you mentioned, though, Cryptics has figured out that they're here, and this is a good opportunity for them. Also because Lazy Boy is sitting in such a high spot, so he can kind of spot exactly where everyone's moving. That's going to be really helpful to Cryptics as well.
Yeah, and now, we know information is going to be absolutely key, but also rotating back into zone. That could be even more important. But Lazy Boy just going to send a quick howdy-doody over there to Cronboy, finding a beautiful knock. Joker now trying to work on that health bomb that is not looking too great, but it is going to be a relatively tough call. Chala also up and looking pretty hopeful, essentially trying to secure position. They've already got 7 eliminations under their belt, so definitely I do agree there's something great in the drinking water on that end. But SWAT now not having too much of a successful run here, finishing off on 4 eliminations, so it's not too bad for them. I do think, well, that's 4 points in total. I do think 3 of those was at least awarded to those eliminations. They were able to find 1 million. Now just going to be sipping a little bit of blue here as they are pushing their way into the zone. Coming in from that southern side, we do see the players of Unique up ahead of them with a crazy rush now coming through from Cryptics, flying into zone. Intruder also set up just ahead of them, but unfortunately, Cryptics finding the end of the road as Intruder welcome them in with open barrels. 1 million. Still going to be looking to just wrap around that southern side, heading a little bit more towards potentially the west, maybe the east, but for now it's very centralized.
Look how far Super Young Stars are from getting into the zone. They had such a strong start and they are now struggling, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to make it out. Possibly spent too much time having a battle there. I wonder if that's going to be a huge detriment to them at some point.
Oh, wow. Of course, Knight also being quite a bit of a detriment, but the detriment being at the side there of the players from Lusail. We can see just some beautiful shooting coming in there. But now they find themselves sharing the space here with Unique, who's also still has their numbers rather in good form. Going to be looking to apply a bit of that pressure on towards them, but the blue zone also going to be adding its own pressure. Scope now cooking up the nade, looking to get a good greeting send in there. Finds a smidgen of damage. Nothing too serious to write home about just yet. But now we see that push coming in. Unique, are they going to prioritize their rotation or will they look to close it up? It does seem like they're making their way towards zone. Meanwhile, Darkness are also backing their backs, making their way back into the lobby. But look at this, Salam coming in with a beautiful opportunistic play, spotting those angles, looking to pick up slack, but unfortunately the zone stops them right there before being able to accomplish that. But this is now where Unique are in a little bit of a stressful situation. We can see two of their players now down for the count. Will they be able to outlast that damage coming in from the blue zone? Of course, we still have 8 teams left. We can see the players now starting to fall as blue zone is doing its thing.
So many players falling to the blue zone, which is a little bit concerning for me. Super Young Stars is still out in the wilderness. There's quite a few teams, Unique as well, and I'm wondering what they were all thinking. 1 million just not moving. They're all going to drop to the blue zone. That's going to happen very soon. So we're going to get down to our final 4, I think, relatively quickly. A couple of teams still in the mix and are rotating in to the zone. So let's see how this plays out. Mad Knight's still alive. Look at that.
Wow, here they go, looking to rush in, but Eflex says, no, that's far enough. Stops them right there.
I take full responsibility for that. I apologize profusely. That is what commentators' curse looks like. We just got it in living color.
Yeah, unfolding on the screens. Yeah, that was a bit tough, but, you know, like it was worth the push, I guess. And, of course, we see more teams now starting to fall with that. Another devastating blow being dealt there to Triple Esports. Miramar is going to be the last remaining hopeful. Just looking to see if they can find any of those angles. Zero Tolerance now looking to come rushing on forward. Down goes Vortex. Beautiful push coming in there from Miramar. But still not out of the woods just yet. And Hate steps up, stops them. Down they go. Unique also now getting sent on back. Down to 3 teams we go. It is going to be Zero Tolerance on a potential 3 players. It is going to be Intruder just sneaking their way on through with 3 as well. And then, of course, we've got Eflex all the way over, situated on towards that eastern side, trying to find a good way in. As we can see, a zone being super open. The next pop about to find its way on through, and it does move into the open field. But Zero Tolerance having a potential angle of playing that corner of the compound.
Zero Tolerance actually has a really good spot. Intruder's quite separated, so one of their members is a little bit further away from the rest. I'll be curious to see how that plays out for them, but they have to rotate in. Zero Tolerance just has to sit and wait now, a little bit like a spider, right? The zone is their web, and they're just waiting for everyone to come on into their web. This is Zero Tolerance's one to lose, in my opinion. And I wonder, obviously, we have a lot more information than they do, but I think that they are in such a good spot to make a big move here.
Yeah, they definitely are in a very, very satisfying angle. But, I mean, Intruder also now going to be trying to snake their way back in towards the zone. Blue zone not going to be making things any easier for the teams that it is confining the space they have to play with. But look at that. Eflex finds a quick trade-off on towards Omar. So now Intruder down to 2. It is going to be Hemo and Weiss. But out comes the nades from Skydo. Just looking to, apply a little bit of a ticker onto that ticking bomb there. Down goes Weiss. There we go. Eflex coming in with some beautiful, sneaky, cheeky hits. Hemo cooking up the nade. Eflex finding a few shots in their direction. The nade comes through. Hates closes it up. And with that, it is now down to Intruder and Zero Tolerance having to fight it out. but it's only going to be a matter of time before Zero Tolerance spots them. And there we go. The shot comes through. The final blow is dealt. Zero Tolerance picks up their 5th winner chicken dinner right here in Super Weekend. And of course, you can see the happy smiley faces coming through, and it's really well deserved.
Definitely well deserved. But also, can we talk about Intruder in 2nd place? You know how good this is for them from a points point of view? They're one of the teams sitting right at the bottom. This is a big one for them. I don't want to take away from Zero Tolerance. Obviously, chicken dinners are delicious. I'm sure they'll enjoy it. But big one for Intruder. This was the game they needed. And I'll be curious to see how the points showcase that.
Yeah, I mean, we know Intruder needing 15 points to catch up to the position of YONKOUS sitting up in 15th. So, well, we have to take a look at those leaderboards a little bit later on to see what the point situation is. But got to say, a very satisfying Sanhok coming through once again. I'm liking the fact that the zone had moved up so aggressively over on towards that northwestern side. You know, moving in and just making it quite challenging for the teams to try and find some successful rotations. But also Triple Esports, right? They had a good position coming in on that western front, that rotation working out quite favorably for them. And they were actually able to play a bit of an angle coming through from there. But looking at the sheer number of teams moving into those late few phases, it did prove to be quite challenging for several of them. We did see, of course, those fights coming in between Lusail and Unique. And, you know, you can still find a few devastating blows being dealt all the way from the blue zone. So you don't necessarily have to be in the safe area to, you know, hurt a few teams up ahead.
I do love, my favorite thing about what you just said was where you were mentioning that you liked the zone, where the zone popped, and obviously how it was quite interesting. And the whole time you were talking, I was like, you know, the teams, when they saw that zone, were like, no, every single time. And DK inside was like, that's so interesting. So interesting for them. Meanwhile, they were cursing that zone, which of course is why we love PUBG Mobile, right? Because it can throw some of those curveballs at us. We've had 2 really interesting zones so far today. I asked for it at the start, and I got what I asked for.
We did indeed. And of course, just to give the viewers a bit of a reminder of what we saw happening on the battlefield, let's hop up into those highlights once again.
Really great players from all of the teams. And of course, Sanhok always bringing a little bit of fun to the mix. It is one of those maps that I think, like I said earlier, you can really pop off, get a little bit aggressive. That's what those teams did. But now, final map of day number 2 for Super Weekend coming up. This is a tough one because now you know you're running out of time. Only 6 games left. And if you take a look at the match points from today and from the Sanhok today, it'll show you that some of these teams are going to be smiling as they move into the final game, and some of them not so much, DK.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough play, right? As we can see, only 3 teams coming in with those double-digit plays, and only 1 team coming in with double-digit eliminations. 1 million Esports doing a really good job there, picking up 11 alongside their 10 placement points, putting them on a beautiful grand total of 21 total points. Intruder, as you said also, just to bring in a good effort. As we know, they were 15 points behind where YONKOUS was situated. emphasis on potentially maybe something happening, but we'll have to wait and see until we get confirmation on that. And of course, if we look down there, we see Triple Esports also still bringing in the numbers again, finishing with 8 points on the board. And that is what we love to see, the consistency coming through from Triple Esports, at least here for today. Mad Knight also stepping up there with their 5 eliminations. But I gotta say, I mean, when we saw Eflex coming around that corner onto Mad Knight, it was just like it was just oops. It was done. But
No,
now,
two
second page
times,
also tough.
2 times they've got placement points now. I think that
Yep.
that's improvement. So high five to Mad Knight. Carry on.
Second page, looking a little bit on the tough side, as we see G3 Virtual Gaming not picking up any points, but it's of no concern really for them there, as we know they have good points coming in on the leaderboard. SWAT 69 coming in with 4 points as well, so still, like, they are bringing in points. The only thing is that they not bring in the amount of points we'd love to see them get to be able to be a little bit of a stronger contender here. But they're still stepping up, picking up the eliminations. We can see those 3 eliminations being awarded there to them. The same can, of course, be said for Cryptics. And it was quite interesting to see the position that Cryptics was playing, right? Because they were just perched up on that high ground for the longest time, you know, taking a bit of a fight with G3, taking a little bit of a fight there with the players coming through from Super Young Stars as well. But essentially, rotation over on towards the western side, Blue Zone got the better of them. And, well, we also did see a big rush coming in, and Intruder looking quite eager to just, you know, blow that vehicle to smithereens. So either which way, some interesting rotations making their way in once again. But now we got to see how the overall ranking situation is looking and how these points then affect that. Of course, not a lot of changes coming in on the first page. As we can see, the usual suspects still in their usual positions, but of course those numbers are increasing, with the players from Zero Tolerance also sitting now on 306 points. So welcome to the club. Blackjack 3 points away from breaking in there as well, and 1 million also now just 5 points away. So the pressure definitely on, and it's looking great for this first page, but we got to look at second page to see what the situation is.
This is where we're going to see how much of a difference has come in with the likes of Intruder Africa and their performance that we just saw. The likes of Unique, where they're sitting, how they've been able to move around. So you can see there now, Intruder Africa sitting in the 15th, 165 points. YONKOUS in 16th. This is a big one. This is concerning because, of course, Intruder was sitting in 16th, moving up for them, even if they're 1 point above YONKOUS. The moment they push Masters down, I think that's when Masters and YONKOUS need to start getting worried, because the closer you are to the bottom of the 16, the easier it is for the teams on the final page, which we'll have a look at now, to knock you out of your spot. And this is where I'm going to be curious to see how close they really are to being able to do that. I still don't think Mad Knights and SWAT 69 stand a chance, but there is the potential that YONKOUS could lose their spot in the top 16.
Yeah, there is a potential for that, but all of that is going to ride mainly on the shoulders of the players for Triple Esports. As we can see, they are only a few points away from breaking in right now.
20,
so this puts them
20. That's all they need, right? 20 points.
Yeah, 19 points is the bare minimum to sit where Intruder is sitting right now on 165 points. So the pressure is going to be up. But will they be able to bring it in one match here, the final match of the day? It's possible, because they've been quite consistent today, right? So we did see them finishing on that first page on the match rankings very, very consistently today. And I mean, maybe they're hopeful. Maybe it could be on the cards for them today. But of course, we still have 6 more games in total for the teams to play it out. And I'm convinced that over 6 games, Triple Esports will be able to close that gap, trying to catch up to where YONKOUS is.
I was about to say, without a doubt, if they continue to play, I wouldn't go big in the last game. If they continue to play the way they've been playing today throughout tomorrow, they're in the finals.
Yeah. Also, another thing that's in is our shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, 4th match done and dusted. It is time for us to prep up to go into our final match of the day, heading right back over in towards Erangel. So guys, we'll see you guys in a short few minutes right after the break. Hello and welcome back. It is time for us to step into our final match right here on the second day of the final Super Weekend. I almost said it's the last day. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but the excitement definitely building as we get to move into our final match, of course. It is going to be Erangel, as we can see on the screen right here. And now we see that flight path coming in a little bit on an I wouldn't say an awkward angle, but it's definitely a little bit more of a challenging angle. You know, it is more east.
Definitely a bit of a challenging one for the teams to decide where they want to drop, decide what they want to do. I think we'll see some contestants early. Contestants. I just make that word up. Yes, I did. That's what we're going to call it from here on out. Early on in this game, just because of that angle. So curious to see how this plays out. Of course, Mad Knights, they love to contest certain drop spots. So let's see if that's exactly what they do to start us off on our final Erangel today.
At least we can say they are super consistent, right? Come a hello high water.
Super consistent with making a bad decision, yes. I'm going to be in so much trouble. I shouldn't speak this meanly about a team. I do apologize, Mad Knights. You frustrate me. That's what that is.
Well, yeah, and I mean, like they're consistent. They consistently take their approaches with varying levels of success. But at least, you know, it's varying. It's not the same level of success every single time. So you can give them that. You know, give them the benefit there on that one at least. And I mean, that's lovely.
Nice. Oh, that's not nice. So this is, I've stopped speaking because I'm busy watching where teams are dropping. But this is not a fun way to end the day. If you're a team that's desperately trying to get points, this zone is going to make it very tough for you, right, DK?
Yes, it is. And you know, I'm open for surprises, but you know what's also open? The PMCO spring registrations, which close on the 13th of April. So if you're eager for us to potentially be casting your gameplay in the future, be sure to head on over to the pinned message, click on the link, go ahead and register your team. We'd love to see more teams stepping up into the PMCO. And of course, you'd also have a chance to make your way up in towards the PMPL itself. And now it is going to be Triple Esports just trying to welcome their visitors, which would be Yash here from SWAT69.
So quite a few teams are going to have to move from where they are. Obviously, they're going to get as much looting done as possible, and then they're going to have to move into the zone. But I do want to chat a little bit about that while Triple Esports and SWAT69 have a little bit of a slap and tickle here. Why is the zone going to be so difficult for all of these teams, DK?
Why? Because, well, firstly, we could get a lot of congestion coming in on that eastern side of the zone, as that's pretty much where all the teams currently find themselves positioned. But also, it's going to come down to first come, first serve with regards to the compounds. And, yeah, we could find quite a few challenging plays being brought in as the teams all could be heading into the same direction. But who knows? Maybe it could work out quite favorably for everyone. It's obviously not going to happen.
No, it's definitely not going to work out favorably for everyone. What are you talking about? It's not. That's the point. But fair enough. Always trying to be positive. As I say, you're always trying to be positive at the end. I feel like I'm the naysayer of doom. Mad Knights is out. SWAT69 will never qualify. DK follows it up with, but there's a chance. Now. Yeah. The zone it's a pretty difficult one, but maybe it'll work out for everyone. You're so positive all the time. I must change my attitude. Look at this. This is not good for. Well, I mean, I feel better now about calling SWAT69 out and saying they won't qualify. But Triple Esports needs to quickly get everyone up. SWAT69, unfortunately, that was a very quick Erangel for them.
But that was devastation being dealt there by the DBS. I mean, that was like. That was pinpoint shot hit after hit. That was so beautiful to see. So well done. But unfortunately, SWAT not getting any of those confirmations coming in. But still, I mean, that's how you go out swinging, right? That is exactly how it's done. That is how you put your name in the feed. Coming into some beautiful DBS shots. But looking at what we saw now just there a quick moment ago from Kingerman. Not having any loot just yet. We are 5 minutes, well, about 5 minutes into the match. Kingerman not finding any loot just yet. So hopefully that is a situation that could be changing. But you know the reason why I'm always so optimistic, if we could put it that way, is because I've learned that you can't really ever say never.
SWAT 69 is never going to qualify for the finals.
Crick, 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 crick.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
Well, I mean, okay, so if we're realistic
actually, I take
about
it back. You're okay. If we were realistic about it, I'm correct. But if we go with your method, if they got a chicken dinner, if they won every chicken dinner tomorrow, they would qualify for the grand finals and make it into the top 16.
I would argue, right? Because, so if you look at the current position, SWAT 69 being 98 points, or 99 points away from upsetting YONKOUS' position, right? Now, they've got this match and the 5 from tomorrow to go, okay? Now, if they, by some form of a miracle, you know, pulling a giraffe out of a hat, because that's the you know, the scale of what it is that they'll have to pull out. If they do it in this match and what is left
Well, they're
of tomorrow,
gone. They're out of this match. They were the first team removed.
Yeah. Okay, well then the final
games.
5.
Five
yes,
games tomorrow.
Okay. So that would mean at least 20 points per game, right? That is going to be the requirement for them to make it past the position of YONKOUS, right? Now, finding 20 match per game, 20 points per game. Wow, what am I saying? 20 points per game. It is not an impossibility, right? But whether or not it is going to be likely for them to achieve that, no. It's going to be hella challenging, right? Hella challenging. Will they be able to accomplish that? Well, if we look at what they've shown in league play, they found at least one winner chicken dinner. So there is a glimmer of hope, right? How much of a glimmer? I can't say, because I honestly don't know. All I can tell you is it's going to be challenging AF for them to find 99 points tomorrow, looking at the competition they are going up against. But it is still not 100% outside the realm of possibility. There's a little chance for that to happen. Is it likely to happen? No. But can it happen? Yes.
Sure. Sure. I don't want to be super negative. I feel like all the fans watching will get upset with me if I'm too negative. So I don't want to do that. Also, we're here to promote, to up the teams and support them. But sometimes I like to be a realistic commentator. DK likes to be the optimistic one. Let's go with that. You can be optimism, I'll be realism, and we'll see what we'll see how it plays out as we go. You know what's going to happen. They're going to get 20 points every game tomorrow just to prove a point. So far, a little bit quiet now after saying goodbye to SWAT 69 early on. It's quietened down a bit. I think everyone back to that passive play of just trying to make sure they can set themselves up really nicely come the end of the day.
Yeah, and of course, we do see not only the quietness kind of coming in across the map, but also, you know, Mad Knight playing a lot more of a calculated approach here. They were able to play that Pachinki position without anyone contesting them. And now they're starting to venture up a little bit further in towards zone. They are moving in alongside Umbra, which is probably not the easiest decision to be making, because we also see Triple Esports and as well as Blackjack. You can see that lovely, as AS would say, Skittles pack there in the center zone. But who knows, right? Maybe angles work out. Nobody can say just yet. We will have to wait and see how this kind of then unravels and unfolds. But what we do know is that the zone is going to pop, and it centers up beautifully on the teams once again. Now, there's going to be a lot of contention coming into center zone. And we also see a few engagements coming in there between Virtual Gaming and 1 Million just there on the very edge. But the action starts to unfold in center zone as Umbra now comes under fire.
This will be interesting. Obviously, where the zone is now, there's a little less space than the teams are used to in this phase, just because there is a slight amount of water, but it's not too bad, and I don't think it's going to affect them too much. The big thing will be the fact that the majority of the teams are coming in from the northeast, so there's a good chance they'll start bumping into each other as they move in. Actually, as I say that, there's a couple of options a little bit higher up coming in from Georgia Pole's side, but for the most part, I think we're going to see a few altercations on the edge of the zone.
There could be a few, and of course, well, we can't really say that the one we just saw there with Intruder was one of those because they are not on the edge. They are relatively well positioned within the zone, so quite a bit of a distance in. We also now see Intruder Blackjack in pretty close proximity, just on the outskirts of the quarry here from Mar. Coming under fire as Angie steps up, finds a beautiful trade-off there. Easy clap, but now will they be able to find the rest onto the remainder of triples? We can see Thor now swinging the hammer, hitting a few blows up in towards MG, but the same also being returned over to Thor. So I'm liking this. It's a nice bit of cat and mouse happening here, right? The teams being quite fair in their exchange, if we can put it that way.
I think it's just a matter of getting a little loud with one another, saying we're here, look, here we are, and then kind of disengaging and moving off. Curious though, at some point someone's going to decide that they need to have a full-on battle, so let's see what happens there.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of a snowball effect that also could be building. We see Intruder rolling in as well, coming up right behind them. So there's a lot of potential positions that could be played, but I'm loving the fact that everyone has decided on Quarry. It's kind of a, great minds think alike. They all just come barging into the same region, and it's going to be lovely because it's going to be absolute chaos unfolding on the screen. And still a little bit of that contentional play coming in over on towards the eastern side. Still now between the players here from Virtual and Slime, with the addition of 1 million just situated a little bit towards that more southern side. But it does seem for the majority here, it is going to be Virtual and Slime looking to just kind of conclude their fight on the hillside.
The majority of teams are going to make their way to Quarry, which I think means we're going to have far more earlier fights than I was expecting. Of course, we have more information than them, so we know that it's a bad idea for them, a great idea for us. Darkness now out. I wonder, though, how fast some of them will move out of that, because it is going to be quite chaotic. G3 is also doing some damage. They were the team that actually took out Darkness, so they'll be happy with those extra points. Virtual Gaming, though, they're planning to add some elimination points to their tally as well here, DK.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to add quite a few in as Petrox welcomes Storm in the vehicle. We got Pronto also just holding that angle, finding quite a few hits. Blue Zone gets the better of Petrox. And now up comes the push. Plaza looking to close it out. Romana falls right on down. And with that, it is the end of the road for Virtual Gaming here today, as their games have come to an end. But, of course, Slime continuing to push on forward. They now need to get their butts out of the blue and find a good position to call home. Virtual Gaming at least finding that 1 point, and that is got to be the kicker for them. All right, so I do think they should at least now have broken into 200 points. We'll see a little bit later on, but also Blackjack is going to be losing reverb in a quick exchange there.
Did you see that little crash, Lusail? Cheeky. Just played bumper cars, bashed right on into the car that they were using as cover, shot him down dead. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I'm not gonna. That was a very confident play.
Yeah.
I'm just showing the sadistic side of myself that we've discussed before.
See, I'll just say I misheard you and heard you say statistic. Let's go with that.
They'll never invite me back to commentate with you because now everyone's a little bit terrified. My love of explosions and scary shootouts. But Blackjack, it looks like they're going to do a little hidey here, possibly just to heal themselves up, stay hidden, and still take a couple of pops on the other team, because why not, right?
When in Rome.
I don't know though. The problem here is Super Young Stars knows that they're in that building now, right? So you know that there's someone there because they were shooting at you. It's a far little smaller hut, if you like, Watchman's Tower, whatever you want to call it. And the problem is now to get out, they know that you're in there. If they keep an eye on there, it's going to be problematic for you. So I don't know why they decided to take the shot. Maybe just feeling a bit confident. If I was them, I would have healed up, got out, moved.
Yeah, I mean, like most of the time, we don't really know why the people made the decisions they do, and that's just, part of the beauty of battle royales. It's always an interesting situation to see what the players bring onto the battlefield. Of course, Umbra now coming under a little bit of fire, but also a sneak visit coming in there from the side of Dexter as Wasted tries to get away, but it does seem to be a slight bit of a bait and switch as Wasted now gets knocked on down. And we did see Shadowin trying to bring in a quick retaliation onto the side there of Dexter. But Eflex also now looking to roll up and bring their 2 cents into the fight as they battle over on the eastern side of the zone. Shadowin now looking to get over towards Morteza. They have to try and get the wounded back up into fighting form. But things are, aside from the little bit of a engagement we have happening, it's still relatively peaceful for the most part. And I do think once this next zone is going to pop, that is where absolute hell is going to break loose on the battlefield.
Look how many pretty much all the teams have to rotate in, right? So this is now going to cause those fights along the edge, fights as everyone moves, fights as everyone wants to contest for the best possible spot within the zone. This will be really interesting, and I think it's going to push everyone together into a bit more of a bigger fight. They've stayed very calm and passive, which we spoke about from the start today. We've said that the tempo at which they are playing was going to slow down because most of these teams are very cognizant of the fact that they want to get themselves in the placement points. And in order to do that, you need to stick around till the late game.
Yeah, late game is where it's at, right? Not only placement points, but a lot of placement points as well. So, you got to get your fair balance of placement points with placement points added onto that. And now we look to see where the rotations are going to be going. As Slime's coming in from the eastern side. Cryptics actually rolling up behind the players here from Intruder on towards the west with Lazy Boy down for the count. That blue zone is going to start closing on up. Hemo looking to reach across. Will it make any impact? No, it does not, as we do see Cryptics now not even too scathed on that rotation, looking to potentially move along that southern side. But over on the southeastern side, it is still pretty much a heated situation coming in between 1 million and Umbra. As we can see Shadowin down with the health bar there. The nade coming in from Knight up on the hill, and now it turns to the rest of the team. Morteza and PRZ looking to make a bit of a bounce back here.
I wonder if they can. That's the question. They know that there's someone outside. They're tossing those nades to try and hopefully do some damage. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh, let's see. Down goes Dexter. There we go. First nade finds its place. Morteza now opting out the window. Down goes the next trade-off, as we can see E-Flakes also getting hit. And it is now down to Knight and Black last. So far, it does seem like Umbra making a relatively good stand. Down goes, Morteza, PRZ also getting picked up. So 1 million coming in with a squad wipe onto Umbra there. Now sitting on a very comfortable 5 eliminations. But the pressure continues to build, as we see now. G3, Zero Tolerance, also having a bit of an exchange. Confirmation coming through to the detriment there of G3, Zero Tolerance. What are they going to bring? 1 elimination under their belt. Unique now also just positioned towards the north of them. So they need to be relatively cautious about how they take this fight.
This is all the chaos we spoke about with all the teams trying to rotate into the zone, trying to find themselves a good spot. I'm disappointed in Umbra. I felt like they decided to be aggressive and take that fight when they were in that house, but they actually didn't have the sights on who was outside. So it was all well and good to take the first player on, but then they were stuck with a bunch more that they needed to fight on. So a little bit sad for them. They go through day 2 without a chicken dinner. Maybe day 3 will be their day, DK.
Only time will tell. And of course now, well, Zeus starting to run out of that time, as we can see Carry Boy coming in. Those knocks finding their way on through. Aimer Plaza coming under fire as well. Mad Knight actually also still alive, holding on towards this eastern position just south of the engagement here between Cryptics and Slime. 1 million opting their way towards that more centralized position within the zone. As you can see the next shift taking us a little bit more on towards the eastern side, and still now many teams having to try and reposition themselves getting into that zone. And again, this is where positioning and that proactiveness is going to be absolutely essential. Intruder now having to pack their bags and make their way back in towards the lobby, but don't stress because we still have 10 teams remaining with a lot of players now coming in with those rotations, heading in towards zone. G3 just making their way on through. Super Young Stars up in towards that more northwestern side. But on the east, the tensions are still there.
This is going to be another one of these moments where you'll see a bunch of fights as everyone rotates in. And then I think we'll see a moment of calm before the final battles once everyone sets themselves up. But right now, look at that. So much fighting here. Cryptics and Slime back at it.
Yeah, Marshall quickly rushing forward there just to be quite devastating with the blows. But now it turns to Carry Boy to try and carry the hopes and dreams of Cryptics forward alongside Senke as well, because now we see that push come in. Down it goes Plaza, and it is the end of the road for Slime. Senke just narrowly escaping the shots coming through, just managing to quickly find a position. Now Mad Knight coming in from the south.
This
Looking
is
to play the position here.
This is a sneaky one that Mad Knights can hang out there. G3's on the other side as well, but they're now facing off against Lusail, because I think that they were actually planning on taking Cryptics on. As I say that, Lusail's made fine work of G3, so I wonder now if Lusail will move in on Cryptics next.
It could be on the books, right? We don't know. We'll have to wait. But now look at the position coming through. As Cryptics are just using the angles they've got. That blue zone is, of course, making its way on through as well. 1 million. Close to center zone, and it's a good spot, but also now look at Lusail running over Lord. And with that, I do think the players from Zero Tolerance find themselves in quite a bit of trouble as they are now reduced down to only Vortex, the last hopeful for them. Now, Super Young Stars stepping up to the challenge, looking to play that northwestern position. Triple coming in from the south. They've got sights on Lusail's rotation, but no major sights just yet. Moving into the northern side of that zone. Lusail, however, has a good angle on towards them. As you can see, those nades getting sent through. Thor just nipping at the seat there. Zero Tolerance now getting reduced to 0 as Vortex makes their way on in. But the zone also going to be popping up next. And this is where the pressure is going to be dialed up to a few more ticks as it now shifts in favor of Lusail, 1 million, and potentially even Triple Esports.
Very open though, right? So this is going to be a very open end game. Lusail's got the vehicles there, so they can potentially use that for coverage, but it is going to be a very snaky, open fields type of ending from what I can see.
It is going to be a super exposed region, and of course now this is where we're going to be looking on towards Triple to see what they're going to be bringing in, whether or not they'll be able to bring in those last few points to finish the day off on a strong note. Of course, up north is still going to be quite a bit of fighting as Super Young Stars are looking to kind of clear their rotational path before starting the pushes. But Unique also now suffering a few hits, as you can see a beautiful exchange coming in. Up comes Cryptics as well, looking to add a little bit to the carnage. But now they've got to look to finding their way back into towards the zones. We know Blue Zone about to start touching them here as well. And they are a few meters away from zone. So we see Marshall coming in with that quick rotation. But it's still going to be a tough call for Super Young Stars, Unique, Cryptics, and players now from Mad Knight. We can see who's under fire.
Under fire, still alive though. That's exciting for me. They're going to get some decent placement points. This is going to be quite a fun final few fights, I think, if you see how everyone's positioned and what they plan to do here. I'm curious to see how it plays out. I also just want to point out that with Triple Esports still around, there is a potential for something that I don't actually want to say because I'm probably going to commentator curse it. But if they get into the first or second spots, they may just have enough points to knock a team out of the top 16, DK.
Yeah, they might definitely be. But we can't say much about that just yet. We are, however, looking at the players here from Mad Knight, looking to put up a bit of a play against the players coming through there from the side of Cryptics. But also now Carry Boy is going to come rolling through. Oh, narrowly misses them. Senke hard on the heels. He does not need a vehicle, but they are going to continue to try and apply the pressures. Kingerman gets traded off, and with that, off goes the beast. Mad Knight finishing up in 7th place. Off they go, only walking away with the placement points. And, well, it's an improvement. Now, Senke takes a few hits there, as we can see. Triple Esports just looking to play the capitalizing positions here. but will they be able to get it in? Super Young Stars moving in from the north. Unique just there alongside them. We got 1 million smack dab center zone, at least for the time being. But it is going to start popping off once again as our final 6 teams now make their way in the direction of the next phase. Dexter comes through with a beautiful hit. The zone moves to the open, only space in the zone. Slyke, tries to pick it up, but 1 million just making it so challenging. And of course, looking at the sheer number of teams in the vicinity, it is going to be a free-for-all with all the third parties coming in.
I was about to say, it's just chaos right now. If you're going to try and break it down and analyze it, as of right now, it's absolute chaos. Everyone is shooting everyone else. No real big plan here. I think everyone's just watching to see when people come in. So now it's a matter of staying out of the gunfights for as long as you possibly can so that you can stay alive till the end. You want to kind of like wait back a little bit, let everyone else have a go at one another, and then come in right at the end and take out the stragglers.
Yeah, I do think that is a good strategy. So we are going to be seeing a lot of that more muted approach coming through. Teams not really wanting to give away their position, but unfortunately 1 million there. Knight does not have that luxury as the shots come through, and it is right back into the lobby. The end of the day, at least for them. But well, it's down to the final 4. We can see Triple and Super Young Stars, both teams sitting on 4 players aside, but Triple now coming under heavy fire as Cryptics come through blazing. Senke, so devastating on towards them. But now it is down to Master and Thor, the last 2 remaining players still in this game. Senke taking a little bit of that nade damage as Kronboy pushes in. Marshall also in a spot of bother here, not looking too great with regard to health, but another well-placed nade from Kronboy could be all that is needed to bring an end for the hopes and dreams of Cryptics here today. As you can see, Kronboy now trying to cut through the grass, looking for those hit markers. Lashin, I'm liking this position. Also just playing quite cautiously and waiting to see if they can spot any pixels out of place.
I wonder if Triple can use this opportunity to res their fallen member. It's maybe a chance to get their team back onto a 2-player advantage, if you like. But right now, Super Young Stars looks like the ones that are going to take this. They've got all 4 of their members still standing. Everyone else is slowly dropping like flies. Triple's down to 1. This is Super Young Stars' game to lose because they are set up really well. Their positioning is good. This is their opportunity for a chicken dinner.
Yeah, it is definitely the opportunity, but Master unfortunately falls down. It is now Lusail and Super Young Stars. Again, Super Young Stars coming in with controlling numbers here. Could this be their first winner chicken dinner? They've got the numbers advantage. They've got the dominating spread coming in to this zone with Lusail being so close and huddled up. Just a few nades from the side there of Joker, or even potentially Kronboy once again, could be quite devastating for them. But now we wait to see what plays they are going to be bringing in.
This is going to be interesting. They're up against a team that is just so good at being patient. Who's going to make the first move and just say, you know what, there's 2 of us left. That's 2 teams left. Let's just go. We're going to go in. Whereas Lusail is always, you've seen them play really calmly, DK. I wonder if they're going to bait Super Young Stars into, you know, that feeling where the nerves start getting to you and then you go, you know what, we just got to run at them, and that's the move they want you to make. Are Super Young Stars going to be able to stay calm? That's what we're going to be watching now. Oh, this could work in their favor if it lands nicely in a good spot.
Oh, the pressure definitely starting to mount. We can see the teams just creeping closer and closer and closer to each other. I mean, there's not much really to say here because it's going to come down to the wire. It is going to be a 4v3 fight. It's going to come down to those positions being utilized here. And now it is down to that final shuffle. Oh, Boyka trying to find the shots up into the Joker. But that now gives away the position, as we can see Super Young Stars turning their attention right on towards them. Oh, here we go. Salam goes down. Boyka down. It is now up to Wanted. But Lashin and Kronboy also getting traded off. Joker looking to move in, and down they go. Super Young Stars picking up their first winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekend on the second day. What a way to close it out.
Fantastic performance from them, and they waited it out. I said it earlier where it was about who was going to be the first one to move. They did wait, and then eventually they realized, hold on, we don't have to wait. We've got the upper hand here. Stood up and went for it. Paid off for them. Chicken dinner. They're going to be very happy with that. Full bellies to end the day.
Yeah, I definitely think it's looking pretty great over in the Super Young Stars camp there as they picked up their first $500 coming in on the Super Weekend. We got to love it, though. I mean, it is so great to see teams rising to the occasion, rising to the challenge, and just playing those zones so beautifully. But I mean, they looked quite confident, and I do think what kind of was the kicker moving into that last part was when we saw Boyka from Lusail putting in those shots, and then it was just laser focus coming through from Super Young Stars. So very and I lost what I was about to say. Yes, very. Yes, very.
It was a very PUBG game. There we go. Is that what you were looking for? No, I was very impressed. Also, I think what will be interesting is there is going to be a point shuffle that's going to happen here. And I actually think there is a potential that we may see a change in the top 16 on the overall rankings. Obviously, we don't know just yet, and my maths is horrible, so I might be wrong. But I think that the upset is coming, or if it isn't there at the end of today, it's about 1 or 2 points away tomorrow.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I'm loving the efforts being put in here today, right? A lot of teams rising to the occasion. We did see Intruder making their way up in towards into the top 16, and what we mean by that is they've actually been able to get ahead of YONKOUS, right? Because that was essentially the goal. YONKOUS being kind of those gatekeepers of the zone. Intruder sitting in 16th position for the longest time, but finally managing to get their butts out of that slot. But we've also now been seeing the players from Triple Esports bring in a very consistent performance across the board. Now, before we get into the points, let's quickly hop into the highlights from this past match, just to remind everyone what went down.
Super performance from Super Young Stars, and they're going to be really happy with that chicken dinner. And I think there's going to be a few teams that are going to be happy with some of the points that they were able to grab during that final Erangel game. Moving into the final day of competition on the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend, it's always good to just feel like you have a little bit of a bank of points. But let's take a look at the match highlights, or the match overall standings in a little bit. I'm confusing everyone today. That's my job. Lusail Esports, that's, even though they didn't get that chicken dinner, look at the elimination points clocking in 22 for them. That's going to be really nice.
Yeah, that was a really good showing coming through there from Lusail, and of course, well-deserved points being brought in there, and also another devastating performance coming through from Cryptics, right? 13 eliminations. It's like these guys are just unstoppable with regards to the amount of eliminations they are able to find in these games. But also, Super Young Stars, that is what we love to see, the 21 points being put on the board. But then also, we are looking over on towards the players there from Triple Esports. As we know, They are in need of points, looking to catch up, and they find themselves coming in with 16 points in this match. So, as you said, the question is, will that be enough for them to potentially catch up and maybe overtake the players coming through from the side there of YONKOUS? I still think it's going to be super, super close, but we don't know. We'll have to wait until we can see that coming in on the screen. But also, as we look over on towards that second page, it was a pretty tough run for SWAT coming in there. Also, as we know, the players from Mad Knight finding 2 points along the way. Umbra picking up 3. Yeah, it's a little bit scarce looking at the second page.
I mean, I think at the moment, the real focus is on Triple Esports, right? So they got those points. I don't think it's quite enough for them to move into the top 16 just yet. My maths might be off. But I think that they've just put themselves in a position where they will, if they maybe get 3 or 4 eliminations tomorrow, which is more than possible over 5 games. However, we'll have to wait and see. You can see Cryptics is just head and shoulders above everyone. They're going to be moving into the finals with a massive points advantage on everyone. Doesn't mean anything, but it does give you a certain level of confidence going into the finals. We can talk lots about big points and having the biggest points in the room, but we won't do that, Cryptics. I won't embarrass you like that. What I really want to do is move over to that second page of the overall rankings, because this is where we need to be focusing as we move into the final day of the Super Weekend, DK, because there is a chance that one of those 2 teams who's not competing this weekend is potentially going to lose their spot in the finals.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a worrying position, at least for them. But, you know, all we can do at this time is speculate, right? We'll only know once we make our way onto that second page to see what the actual situation is. But, I mean, things are looking pretty crazy, though, as we move in. Second page, we do see the players there now from the side of Intruder being able to advance themselves above Master Esports, and now it is up to Masters and YONKOUS to hope and pray that their performances will be enough to secure their positions. We know Triple been putting in all the efforts trying to catch up to that, and I do think it is super, super close. As you said, you know, there might be either I do think it's like maybe 1 or 2 points or something like that they still need to bring on in. We'll know once we get onto that final page, and without any further delay, here it is. Yes, 2 points for Triple Esports for them to catch up to YONKOUS. So tomorrow is going to be the big day for Triple Esports. And, you know, ideally we'd just like to see SWAT69 and Mad Knight have fun, right? Just play PUBG, just step up, do the thing, you know, just go out with a bang, and who knows, they might even surprise the living heck out of us.
I think the focus needs to be on Triple Esports. 2 points, they can get into the top 16, knock YONKOUS out. If they play the way they've played for the last 3 days, I think it is possible. Specifically today, if we look at how consistent they were, the amounts of eliminations they got on the board. So all eyes on them tomorrow. That's where the story is. That's where the focus is. And then we will know who our top 16 teams are that are going to be going to the first ever PMPL Africa finals.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see what tomorrow's action will have in store for us. But before we go anywhere, of course, we have to pay the bills, right? So first shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And then, of course, Oppo with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, absolutely fantastic day of action we've had on the battlefield here. A really strong effort being put in by the players from Triple Esports once again, and they've come so close to breaking into that top 16. I do think tomorrow could be the day that we see that happening for them. So a lot of excitement about to make its way into the battlefield tomorrow. So be sure to join us for all the action. And on that, have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for joining in. And we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Stay safe.